What's up, peoples? You guys here? Oh my gosh, I hope you're not asleep. Maybe you are asleep. Oh well. Let me share my screen real quick. Oh my Lord. My goodness. My. Oh, today was a long day. Today was a long day. But we have to start the show. If you guys had a good Monday, I'm so tired. Let's talk about this video today because if you guys don't know, okay, let me get you. Hey, Abigail. We talked about it on Saturday. Was it? No, Sunday. We talked about it on Saturday. You probably weren't outside. Hey, for me. What's up? Hey, Dave. What's up? So let me tell you this, you guys. Let me show you something quickly. Okay. I have a new channel. Hi, Esther. Esther's been keeping me up about the story. What's up? He's asleep. You guys, I have another channel. Yes, I have many channels, you guys. I have a lot of channels. Okay. Here is the channel right here. Girl Math is Dead, right? Okay. So on this channel, I'm going to have all the videos. Look at the little thumbnails. They're so cute. I'm using Canva to make you love them all. Thank you. I'm using Canva to make the thumbnails. Oh my gosh. Okay. So like on my girl talk videos, I will be putting those videos on that channel. Hey, keep it real. What's up? Yeah, Janet, I subscribe to them all. Thank you, Janet. I love you. No, because that way it's more like streamlined. Does that make sense? So like all the girl talk videos I will put on that channel. And in this channel, I'm gonna do my little politics. Okay, I'm with my politics bag. I'm even gonna block all my makeup videos, but I gotta plan that. But so here's gonna be like politics stuff, the girl stuff, like the girl talk stuff. I'm gonna put all the videos on there. I'm slowly gonna upload everything, so then you should see everything on there with some cute thumbnails. Okay, so you can enjoy yourself. So no pressure, but just they'll be over there. And then what I'll try to do is I'll try to live stream from that channel next time we have like girl talk stuff. Does that make sense? So maybe I'll keep doing that for like the whole week until the end of the month. And then like December, let's say that like December, we'll do like starting December, all the girl stuff will be on this channel. Make sense? If you cannot find the channel, use the @ sign. Like Girl Math is Dead. Like actually use the @ sign when you type it so you can find the channel. Or it's also in the community tab. You can find a link to get to that channel and you can subscribe. All right. But all the videos will be up there. It'll be a whole lot better for me. It'll make more sense. Because I tell people, like, oh my gosh, don't mess up your algorithm. But I don't even apply my own advice. Like, I make no sense. So, does that make sense, you guys? Cool. All right. I appreciate you for that. So, now, Isis. Okay. So, as we saw, ooh, child, everybody's making videos about her now. Okay. So, on Saturday, we spoke of Isis, right? See, Esther, viewers at 1 million. I told you she would go get 1 million by tonight. I knew it. So we watched Isis video on Saturday. Hey, Lacey. Cuckoo. Yeah, it'll be a bit more streamlined. Okay. So even this live, we'll do this live here, and then most likely I'll move the live over there to the other channel. Make sense? So it's not confusing for everybody. But what happened? Yeah, so Isis, who's a Gemini, she's been going viral, right? So let me do this. Maybe I'll play the video for some of you guys who missed it. We'll play the videos. I mean, it's a sad thing, though. I will say this. It's a sad thing, but at least she's making some money from this. And she'll get paid right before Christmas because she'll get paid December 21st. So hopefully she makes 20,000 or like 30,000 this month from all this controversy, and she can take care of her kids, and hopefully she can get herself a nice house. I pray she uses the money for a down payment and gets herself a nice house. And she really like just needs to ride the wave. Yeah, she's a Gemini. She's a June Gemini. So hopefully she just rides the wave because it's unfortunate, but the money has to be made. She's now a mom of 5 kids. So girl, get the bag. Maybe like this week, come back into another video, Isis, girl, do what you have to do. Keep making this money because you could make 100,000 by the end of like, yeah, really in December, like between this month and December, if you're consistent and you post daily, girl, you gonna make a whole lot of money because like you're the new what's it called, Risa Tisa of YouTube. So feel no ways about it, okay? So we'll play that. So people came late. So if you don't know this, you guys, I have another channel. Yes, I have multiple channels, right? I have another channel called Girl Math is Dead. Long story, but all my girl talk videos will be on that channel. Okay, so sub to the channel if you want to see all the girl talk videos because I'm blocking them. I'm making them private on this page because on this page I'm going to focus on like politics and the news. Okay, but on that other page it's going to be like all the girly advice and things like that. So if you're interested, no pressure, but if you're interested, all the videos are going to be on there, and I'm gonna work to have like some cute little thumbnails so you can type at Girl Math is Dead, and then you should find it, or you can have a link to the community tab. Yeah, she's 29 with 5 kids. Thanks to Shera. Oh, Lord. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll start from the top for those who missed it. Oh, hey, Diana, what's up, babe? We'll start from the top for those who were not with us on Saturday. The video that I posted on the other page, there is time. I'm going to work on having like timestamps and everything like that, but let's start from the top for people who were not here. So we'll watch her first video where she talks about getting married in a week, okay, to how she's crying now. And then we'll go to her godmother, who is Shera, and what Higgledy and what Shera had to say. Okay, so it's a lot. So let's start here.
Hey ladies, welcome back to the new Trophy Wife. Today I'm going to be sharing my story with you guys about how I went from being a single mom to a spoiled housewife in less than 1 year. And you can too. So, I had my first child when I was 17 years old. I intentionally got pregnant with my boyfriend at the time and basically turned into a child raising a child. I, a few years later, had my second child. So after having 2 children and being a single mom, I think that my self esteem was definitely low. I didn't know that at the time, but if I think back about the kind of men that I was choosing, it definitely was a reflection of my lower self esteem. I think that growing up, I was not taught the kind of men that I should be looking to attract and be in a relationship with. My mom drilled into me, oh, go with the man that's going to be the best breeder. And I think society drilled into me to go after the thug, the street dude, the swag type dude, or whatever you want to call it. But neither one of those was the best approach to going about dating and attracting a husband.
Okay.
So after having my second child, I was working hard. I was making really good money. I think I was making about maybe 90K at the time, which for me as a 24-year-old woman was good. I thought I was doing good. I had my own place, I owned my car. I was very self-sufficient, all about the mindset of, oh, I can do it by myself. I don't need a man, as so many of us modern women say, I can do it all by myself. And I soon realized after one Christmas of it just being me and my 2 boys that I wanted a family. I wanted more for myself. It felt so lonely and it was sad. It was really sad. And it was I'd say one of the lowest points in my life, and I realized that I don't want to do this on my own. I don't want to raise these boys on my own. I want a family. I want someone that I can love someone that loves me and my children. And after that was when I decided that I was going to change the kind of men I was dating and what I was attracting. Um, One of my sisters at the time had told me that I should create an online profile. And I was so against doing that because I was like, well, online profiles are only for people that are desperate and I look good. I'm not desperate. I don't need to, I can find a man just going out. And um, I was against it at first. And I think I also had a skewed version of what a high value man was at the time as well. I thought that a good mate or the man to go after was the one with the super nice car and a stack of money and the jewels and the chains on with the swag. Like, I thought that was the man that I should be going after, but that was definitely not the type of man that I should have been going after. And I learned quickly that just because someone looks like they have it together does not mean that they have it together. And typically, the things that that person is probably doing to get money is not sustainable and probably not something that you would want to be involved in. And after learning quickly that everything that glitters is not gold, I happened to come across Shera 7 on YouTube, and she completely changed my life.
Okay. So she was introduced to Shera, and her life is about to go straight nosedive from here. So yeah. Okay.
And she basically taught me what a high value man is and what to look for when trying to find a husband. So
That's also, I'm so sorry, but can a woman really teach you what a high value man is? That's number one. Number two, is Shera surrounded by high value men, or is she even married to one? What? This is crazy. This is really, really crazy. Mm-mm-mm.
So I ended up taking my sister's advice and signing up for eHarmony. Yeah, she recommended Match, but in my spirit, I felt eHarmony. I don't know why. It's just something told me to do that one. So I ended up signing up for eHarmony. I created a profile, and I think the second person that I matched with was the man that I'm married to now, my husband. And it was very different. My husband and I have a 20-year age gap, and he was not the first older man that I dated. I actually dated someone like 10 years older than me, and that was just a bust. A lot of people have told me that I'm very mature for my age, so someone 10 years older than me just wasn't a big enough age gap for me to vibe with. It just wasn't. Yeah. And so when I met my husband, I knew right away almost. And people say that, but it was definitely true. I know it sounds cliche. Just from our first date, it just felt natural. I felt like I just had known this person already. It was so comfortable. So we went to a really nice seafood restaurant, and it was great. It was an amazing first date. And mind you, I think we both were kind of just dating different people at the time. And that's definitely something that I recommend if you're looking to, find a husband, is not just dating one person at a time. It's not good to put all your eggs in one basket. But we had a great first date, and I think he ended up asking me to be his girlfriend on the first date. And I said I would think about it. I know that the universe guru talks about how you shouldn't fall into the girlfriend trap. And it was kind of something that I just intuitively knew, like, I'm not just going to agree to be your girlfriend just after meeting you, because I know that you just want me to be your girlfriend so that you can get in my pants. So I didn't agree. And we both were, we were talking, but then for some reason we kind of stopped talking for a little while. And we both were dating other people and doing our own thing. And then I had gotten into a serious relationship with somebody, and I ended up falling for the girlfriend trap. But that guy had really been investing a lot into me and doing a lot for me. So I kind of felt like I had to. agree to be his girlfriend because he asked me multiple times and I finally agreed. So after me and him broke up, well, let me rewind. So me and him ended up breaking up because he just didn't really vibe with my oldest son, who was 5 at the time. I could tell that he was really just putting up with my kids. He
I'm not I'm not going to give a lot of commentary right now because I gave a lot of commentary in the other video. Just want to like so we can just get through it because it's hard for this video than the other video, right? So
didn't really embrace them. Um, Sometimes, we as mothers can tell like someone's just being nice to our kids for the purpose of being with you, and they're not necessarily invested in your kids themselves. And that's what I felt like from him. So it just didn't feel good. It didn't feel like a family, the kind of family that I was wanting. So I ended up breaking up with him, and we were living together. I know we were living together, and I just like packed all my stuff and left. And it was crazy because the next day, my husband, my now husband, reached out to me and was like, "Hey, how are you doing?" And I told him, I just got out of a relationship, and I kind of told him a little bit about why. And he was telling me like, "Oh, those are my boys," and he had genuinely really connected with my kids, and he was not the kind of man that was just be nice to them to get to me. Like, it was very genuine, and that was one of the things that I really loved about him. That was something that stood out about him versus the other men that I had dated, was he really embraced the fact that I had children because he wanted children. And so, he was talking, my lease was going to be ending very soon, which is why I had went ahead and moved in with my person that had became my ex. We started living together, and I told my husband, I was like, "Hey," it was so embarrassing to admit, but I was like, "I need a place to stay because my lease is ending, and I just broke up with my boyfriend, and maybe, even if it's just like for a couple weeks, it's okay. Just want to look for somewhere else because I had planned on needing to find somewhere else." And he was saying, "Well, if you're going to live with me, it's going to be as my wife, not as my girlfriend." And I was like, "Well, how spontaneous are you?" And he laughed and he said, "Very spontaneous." So then I was like, right. So we started entertaining the idea of getting married like immediately. And I, didn't want to get my hopes up. So I just said that, he's saying all these things, but I'm going to see what action that he takes. And so I had just got paid, and I was like, okay, we seems like we're really talking about seriously entertaining the idea of getting married. So I'm going to go and get the wedding ring. We were talking about getting married like the next week, and he was out of town in Colorado. So we hadn't seen each other. This is all talk over the phone, over FaceTime. So I went and got his ring. I think I paid like $300 for it. It wasn't like a super flashy ring like the one he has now, which is completely a lot better. But I went and got his ring, and the next time we talked on.
So if I'm not mistaken, the whole point of listening to Shera, like following Shera's advice, right, is to get allegedly a high value man. I don't even know if Shera is married to a high value man. That's number one. I don't even know if Shera even knows any high value men. It's number two, right? And then so she ends up buying a ring for this man who's supposedly like a high value man. I'm like, doesn't he have his own money? This is bizarre. This is really, really bizarre. But let's keep going. Shera is married to what? She's married to what? Hey, Bruna, what's up? Is Shera married to a high value man? The sad part about the internet, especially women and the internet, which is why I say women actually need patriarchy, because I don't know why so many women don't realize that on the internet, anybody can be anybody. Like, seriously, anybody can be anybody. Like, you don't know anybody on the internet. Anybody can be anybody. Can you vouch for anything that anybody tells you on the internet? Most likely not. You know what I mean? Can you vouch for anything by on the internet? Most likely not. Exactly. I said that this morning. I said that this morning. I said that to Esther. Esther, are you still here? I said that to Esther. I said, Esther, I'm pretty sure Shera makes more than her husband, that she's head of household. Because I'm like, what high value man is going to have his wife on the internet every day, all day, pretty much giving prostitution advice? Like, what? That makes no sense. That really makes no sense. That makes no sense. Yeah. Did I tell you that this morning that a lot of people's homes look nice, but does that mean that you're married to a high value man? A lot of people's homes look nice. Okay. That doesn't mean anything. We gotta stop. Like, I don't know, maybe some of y'all not Christian, but I am. So the Bible says, walk by faith and not by sight. Like, okay, a lot of people have nice homes. Does that mean that they're married to a high value man? Does that mean that the wife is not head of household, like making more than her husband? Right? But I'm like, what? This is crazy. And like, I don't know. Sorry. If I compare Shera, for example, to Marjorie Harvey, now I can say, okay, Marjorie Harvey is married to a high value man, right? Is Marjorie Harvey out here making videos every day telling people how to get a high value man? You don't know that, Bree. You assume he does. You don't know. You don't live in that house. You don't know anything about these people. Do you even know her real name? Like that lady Shera, do you know her real name? You don't know people. How do you know what he pays? Because she says so? Like, how do you know what he pays and what he doesn't pay? We don't know these people. You don't know anybody on the internet. So why are women so quick to believe? Oh, her name is what? I don't even know what her name is. I don't even know what her name is. What's her last name? People are crazy. People are really, really crazy. People are seriously crazy.
FaceTime, I was like, I did something. And he was like, what did you do? I was like, I got your wedding ring. So he was like, no, you didn't. Show me. So I showed him. I said, yeah, I actually did it. You know, I don't know if you were really being serious, but, you know, we're talking about getting married. So I had a really bad habit of like spending money. And I was like, if I don't get the ring now, then I'm not going to get it. So I went ahead and got it. And that put the fire under him to...
I mean, you can think whatever you want to think, my love. And that's your problem. You can't say to people, I don't think it's fair. Nobody cares what you think, Brie. Nobody cares what you think. Just like we don't know you, we don't care what you think. You understand? You can't impose your morality on anybody. We don't care what you think. What's fair? What's not fair? I don't think it's fair. It is what it is. The young lady said she listened to Shera, and here she is today. So Shera it is. Okay, Shera it is. Shera it is. What the heck? This lady sits on her YouTube every day telling people, "Nah, I'm not coming out of heart. No, I don't care. You brought this out. I don't think it's fair. I don't care what you think. I like what the heck? No, it doesn't matter. Yeah, Shera was a red flag that she ignored. Shera was the main red flag that she ignored. Absolutely. How do you know her husband is a high value man? Does it even make sense that a woman who is married to a high value man is on TikTok every single day telling women chase money, go after a man for money, 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 money? Is that what a woman that is married to a high value man would actually be sitting here teaching people? I don't think so. So Shera was the first red flag that she ignored. Now I get it. Some of you guys, you want to do what Shera tells you to do. You know, it's like a scam. You know what I'm saying? It's like people who want to, how can I say this? It's like, you know, people who want to be scammed, they don't take heed when they're being told this right here is a scam because people are greedy, right? So it's on par because a lot of you women are greedy. You are greedy. So you're seeing this and you're saying, oh, it won't happen to me. I know better. This is not Shera's fault because you're hoping that somehow you're going to have a different turnaround. You will not. You might have worse. If the Lord allowed this to go live and the Lord had it go viral so quickly, like if the Lord allowed it to go viral so quickly in such a short amount of time, because a lot of young ladies need to be warned. Masquerading prostitution advice as some kind of hypergamy, disturbing and disgusting. Disturbing and disgusting. She did things that Shera doesn't approve of. Shera has no morals. Shera has no standards. Like, seriously, by the way, I don't know how you guys found this live, but let me say this because some of y'all are new over here. My name is Marlene, okay? I don't condone sleeping with married men, sleeping with men, chasing money, going with people for money. I don't condone this. So if that's what y'all looking for, exit. Exit the live before it goes kind of left, okay? Because you got to let people know. Understand, right? I don't condone that type of behavior. You understand? Telling people to chase after men for money, chase after older men for money, make men pay to see you, make men pay for your school. Where is your father? Where is your dad? How come your father cannot provide your tuition? Why must you run after old man to get your tuition paid? Why don't you have the GPA to get a scholarship? Okay. Why are the majority of women who listen to this lady don't believe that they can provide for themselves? This is extremely disturbing. So here we are. Yes, I believe that, Chrissy. I believe that Jesus is using ISIS as a testimony for a lot of young ladies to see this right here does not end well. It does not end well. It does not end well. Okay. Your father told you not to date broke men. Did your father also tell you to go sleep with older men? Right? You don't jump from this pond into the ocean. Just because your dad told you not to date broke men does not mean that you become a prostitute. Okay? You understand me, right? Exactly. A father wants his daughter to marry well. Yeah, find somebody who can take care of you. That's fine. But is that the only thing we have to look for in people? How much money they have? To the point that we're actually going after the elderly? You're going after people that are 10 years older, 20 years older? Does your dad know that you watch Shera 7? Have you sent her videos to your dad to see if your dad approves of her message? I'm sure you have not. I'm sure you have not. Like, what in the world? This is crazy. This is really, really crazy. But anyways, we're going to keep watching this. Like I said, I said it a lot. I mean, it's elder abuse. It is elder abuse. When you go after someone because he's older, way older, and he has money, right? It's elder abuse. And people act as if one day you're also not going to be 60. One day you're also not going to be 80 or whatever, right? We're all going to be old one day. Don't prey on people. This is predatory behavior, but it's predatory when you want to prey on somebody and then you end up being the prey. So there you go. You thought you was a predator. And instead of being a predator, you end up being a prey. Unfortunately, her children ended up being preyed upon, which is really sad. Which is really sad. But when we go after people solely because we prioritize money, not morality, not character, not integrity, not the fear of God, it's just money, 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 make money, define money by any means necessary. Shera's advice is incredibly dangerous. It is incredibly dangerous. And I hope that all the people who watch this video, watch this young lady's video, right? It's not just for entertainment or to make fun of her, that people realize that seriously harm things can happen to people. Harmful things can happen to people. And unfortunately, in this situation, it was her and it was her daughters. There are real consequences. You understand? Right? You, Bree, I don't know how old you are, but you sound very immature. Like you sound seriously immature. Right? You sound, I don't know how old you're, like 18, 19. Like, how old are you? 21? Because you sound like a child. Like, seriously. In the Middle East, fathers set up the daughters. It's not just in the Middle East. Wealthy families marry other wealthy families. But like you said, the father sets up his daughter. So from patriarchy to patriarchy. And it's not the daughter chasing men with money. No. So if a father goes and he seeks a family that is worthy of his daughter, he knows what to look for as a man. Right? You clearly said the father, the patriarchy, right? You understand? When you listen to Shera, does she ever tell you, go through your father, have your father help you to sort out this man? Let your father talk to this man. Let your father test this man to see if he's also a high value man, or even at the very most, is he a man of morality? Does he even have morality? You think fathers in the Middle East just throw their daughters away like prostitutes because somebody has money? No, there's more to it. It's not just about being from a wealthy family. There's more to it. There's culture, tradition, lineage. There's a lot that goes into it. Yes, wealthy is part of it, but there's more. But when you grew up and you didn't have money, you think that all rich people do is value money. Only poor people obsessed with money. I think the majority of people who follow Shera are broke girls. Like, you have to be broke. There's no way you're not broke. You have to be broke. You have to come from a poor family. because only poor people obsess over money. Only poor people do. But real rich people, people who are truly wealthy, money is the last thing on their mind because they've conquered that already. They've conquered money already. That is not what they seek because they already have money. But when you're poor physically, when you're when you're poor physically, when you're poor emotionally, when you're poor financially, your daddy poor, your mama poor, your whole bloodline is broke. Y'all been cursed with the gift of poverty. You obsessed with money because you don't have it. And when you don't have money, all you do is talk about money because you think money fixes everything. That's how you're not rich. And that's why the majority of girls who listen to Shera will never really attract rich people. Because rich people see them coming from a mile away. It's not that hard. Because when you are actually wealthy, you don't worry about money. There's too much money. They worry about other things. Where did you go to school? What book did you read this summer? Where are you vacationing this summer? What charity are you part of? What board are you part of? Which gala are you going to? These people have conquered money. I mean, like, come on. Have you ever seen a rich person worry about money? No, it's only poor people who worry about money. They've conquered money. Making money is not a big deal. Even their kids don't worry about money. Come on now. Like this, I'm like, this don't even make no damn sense. That's like, how old are you again? Right? But that's how you tell on yourself. Greed. You're greedy. Somebody invites you to the restaurant, you want to order everything because you've never been nowhere. Rich people even order salad first. They go with the salad because they're here to talk with you. No, you go to stuff your belly because you ain't never been nowhere because you're broke. You're broke. Right? That's why I say have you ever seen a real rich woman that is really married to a wealthy man go on social media and say, well, this is how you get a man? Even that in itself, as we say in French, it's a faux pas. It's a no-no because rich people don't talk about money. It's inappropriate to talk about money. It's a faux pas. You just don't do it. They'll talk about other things. And if you're quick on it, you're like, oh, she must have money. Because the things she say, only a rich person would know about that. Right? But they talk about other things. Oh, this is how you host for your husband. This is how you decorate your home. This is how you do this, da, da, da. They talk about like la vie, like le savoir vivre. Like they just talk about life itself. Right? You know, we have a word in French that says parvenu, which is like the people who just made money yesterday. They're parvenu. They're parvenu. It's like the girls who are quick to do the little Chanel haul because they never had it. It's like, you see, because you had never had it. It's so gauche. Like, it is just so gauche to me. Rich people don't talk about money. If you ever see somebody record themselves, even like all these people who vlog like first class, when they travel and they record themselves in the first class, like playing first class, they're usually people who are broke. Because people who travel this way don't record themselves. Influencers do because it's their first time being in there. They want to like capture everything because they don't think they'll ever get to do that again, right? Like, you're crazy. You are really, really crazy. You are crazy. If you really, even if you don't have money, but if you really believe that you're a money person, what's understood and got to be explained because your whole attitude says, I'm rich. Right? No, c'est gauche. C'est tellement gauche. It's so gauche. You don't do stuff like that. They go in business class, first class. They put their bonnets on. They record everything in the first class because it's giving she's never been here. And it's also giving, oh, she does not think she'll ever be here again. Mais c'est gauche. Ça te fait pas. You just don't do stuff like that. This is what we call in French, la finesse. Like, you got to be refined. Be refined. There's nothing refined about Shera. That's why you people don't know what money is. That's why you're obsessed with money. And that's why you'll never meet wealthy people. You'll never meet wealthy people. Wealthy people don't talk about money. Like, if you ever go to like a Louis Vuitton or Gucci store, whatever, any kind of designer store, a wealthy person will always go for what does not have any logo on it. They don't wear logos. If you know, you know. If you don't, then you don't. They have nothing to prove to you. Somebody who just made money, they want logos everywhere. The Gucci, the Chanel. It's like, they're like cockroaches of fashion. They're walking like, I'm like, what is this? Like, you're like a garbage bag of fashion because they want people to know, I just had money to buy a Gucci scarf. Well, we can tell because you're not used to this. right? Like a regular person who just had money will go buy the Louis Vuitton. A person that's always had money, they'll wear like low E. Is that how you pronounce the stuff? You know, like their brands are very discreet. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. It's not a big deal because they actually buy things because they enjoy the things that they buy. They really want to buy it because rich people appreciate like how it was made, how it was sewn. Like they notice all the little delicacy of like the fashion. It's ce qu'on appelle chez nous la couture. So in French, we say les petites mains, the little hands, right? So you appreciate that. That's why they pay all the money. It's not because, oh, it's so expensive. Like, wow, this was well made. You know, when they buy these watches, they actually appreciate like how it was made, like the hours that went into it, like the little things, like even the little flaws, because that is what makes couture couture. It's the flaws, because when things are made by hand, there will be flaws. And that flaw is what makes it couture. It's not the price tag. Right. And that's why even like in France, or I've never been to Milan, but I will tell you this, like in Paris, for example, this is why a lot of people don't like to sell to Americans, because American people are all about more. You treat everything like it's a buffet. Like you've never been nowhere. Like you treat everything like it's a buffet. You treat food the same way. You treat clothes the same way. You treat sex the same way. You gorge on everything. That's why most times, oh, here come the Yankees. Here come the Yankees, right? Lots of money, but quite grotesque because there's no finesse. There's no finesse. You have to have, you got to be refined, which we call have some sagacity. That's sagacity. You know what I'm saying? Like have some sagacity about yourself. You do too much. You're giving broke. Calm down. Calm down. Calm the hell down. Cuckoo bag. Like I'm like, you think that? Like what is this? It's a joke. Even on Instagram. If you know rich people on Instagram, they usually have like 500 followers, 300 followers. Most of the time their pages are private, but these are real rich people. They don't want to be seen. They don't want to flex. No. Because it's a private club type of thing. You understand? You know what I'm saying? Like they do things that they're very low key because it's not about the money. And the thing about rich people too, they fear being taken advantage of. So this is why they're even more intentional and kind of like fitting in. Like they try to blend in, even though it's a luxurious way of blending in, but they try to blend in because they don't want to attract users. You know what I'm saying? They have nothing to prove. They've made money. They have money. They've been had money. They have nothing to prove. But the poor, it's always the poor people who are always so like overexcited, overhyped, doing way too much. Like they move like cockroaches who got sprayed with Orkin spray. Like, look at me. Like, calm down. Calm down. Calm down. If you want to have access to rich people, wealthy people, be a person of value. Be a person of value. Appreciate the arts. Appreciate the stock market. Understand taxation. You know, like understand real estate taxes, like stuff like that. If you want to gain the friendship of the wealthy, be a person of value. Don't be a user. You see, they might let you use, they might say, okay, fine, I'll give you the money, but you'll never hear from them again because you're starving. And one thing rich people don't like is people who always starving. Like, oh my gosh, if this person is always starving, they cannot be trusted. You want to gain the friendship, the love of a wealthy person, show them that you're self-sufficient. I'm okay. Even when they offer you something, oh no, thank you. Oh, thanks. I already ate. Thank you. You're so sweet. You know, oh wow, she's not like the other people. There you go. She's so different. You know what I mean? Don't act shocked. Act like you've been places. Act like you know who you are. You understand? Act like you know who you are. Sometimes, oh, you know what I'm saying? It's okay. I'll come when I come. Oh, I get there when I can. You don't always say yes to everything. Sometimes you say no, just to show them like, yo, I got my own thing. I love my life. I'm straight. Like I'm good. You understand? That's how you do things. You can't go through like a freaking influencer. Like that influencer thing, those influencer behavior, it gives broke as F. It gives Klarna, it gives credit card, it gives debt. Like, girl, you're not even that rich. Like, sit down somewhere. Sit down somewhere. Like, it's so crazy to me. Sit down somewhere. People do too much. And that's why a lot of people, like, you will never attract rich people. You're always going to be around fakes, fraud, the like they say, somebody said the Rolex go TikTok. It don't even go TikTok. There you go. It's a fake. It's a fraud. Okay? Calm down. Be a person of value. And that's why if Shera really had sense in her head, if she really wanted to help young ladies marry men of affluence, men of influence, she would say, take your education seriously, especially those who are in high school. But if you're in college too, right? Take your education seriously. Because if you're able to go to a prestigious college, that's where all the rich people are. Usually you meet, the majority of the time, that's how you meet wealthy children. Hey, Mark, it's through education. If you can get in the Ivy League or anything under an Ivy League, you're good. You ain't got to worry about it. Right? But if you fail, you drop like this one right here, you drop out of school, you get pregnant, you want, well, you decrease the odds of getting there. Because like I said, you have to be a person of value. And the best value you can bring to a wealthy person, and not just a wealthy person, his family. Because if he's really wealthy, if he's really rich, then the whole family will have a say-so as to whether or not you can be the wife. He will not decide by himself. He will not decide by himself. Because he is part of he's part of, I want to say like a brand, but he's part of a powerful family. They have a lot of money. They have lots of assets. It's a lot that goes into it. It's a serious thing because once they take you in, it better work. Right? So the best thing you can do is to prove that you are a woman of value, like you add value. That's it. If you move that way, you're going to get what you want. But you act like a freaking cockroach, okay? You're going to get scammed. You're going to get scammed. The best way to meet a wealthy man, a wealthy husband is through education. Go like an amazing college or bust your ass and get into an amazing graduate program. You go into an amazing graduate program, you'll find those people there, the ones that don't have wives yet. And it usually makes more sense. Look at J.D. Vance and his wife. They met at Yale Law School. Now he's about to be the vice president. Look at Michelle Obama and her husband. They both went to Harvard Law School. This is how, like, that's why the people say when you go to school, use the time that you're in college or in grad school to find your husband, because these are the wealthy people of tomorrow. That's what you have to do. No, people want to use sex. Use the sex. Sex is cheap. Sex is cheap. A brain is heavy. A brain is heavy. And it's always, for the most part, I'm not going to say all the time, but it's always, for the most part, Black women who lead with sex all the time. Are you not tired of always being like 22, like people use you for sex, dump you, people get you pregnant and dump you? Stop leading with sex all the time. How quickly can I sleep with him? Let me sleep with him for some money. Because you don't have a brain. You don't know how to use your brain. Why are you afraid of actually being intelligent and strategic and patient and having manners? Be a lady. Don't be a thought for money. It does not work. That is crazy. If you ever have to meet his mother, because if he's wealthy, he has good relationships with his mother. What you gonna tell this lady? Can you even talk? Like, can you even, like, what can you do? What can you do? How can you impress this lady? How will you impress his mother? How will you impress his father? Wow, like, it's giving wife material. Shera is teaching you how to prostitute yourself to these elderly people. AARP, sex on the 911 call. This is embarrassing. It is so embarrassing. That's why I'm like, she's not married to a high value man. She's a bunch of foolishness. Bunch of foolishness. What high value men? Who is her husband? Okay. And who is he friends with? Who are his friends? What's his LinkedIn? We're trying to see something. What's her husband's LinkedIn? What company does he work for? What business has he started? Who are his colleagues? Who's a CFO? Who's a CFO? Who's a COO? Who is the CEO? Why? Come on. Lead with your brain. Believe that you can impress somebody with your brain. Not always the sex, the sex, the sex, the sex. Sex is cheap. It's all over the place. Can you actually give somebody a stimulating conversation? Can you talk about the news? Can you talk about politics? Can you talk about the stock market? Can you talk about taxation? Can you talk about, I don't know, earnings? I don't know, whatever. Can you truly have conversations that show like, wow, this woman right here, she can be trusted with money. She can be trusted with our wealth. She's a great advisor. She's a great confidant. She's a great this, and that. No, none of that. So it's like, it's crazy. No, she does not say to get to her own back. That is a lie. We're going to play her video later on. She does not say that. Everything is get your man. Can you afford to pay for this? Can you afford to pay for that? Make him pay for this. Make him pay for that. Make him pay for this. It's disgusting. It's giving panhandling. There comes a time also a woman has to be mindful. Just because you can ask does not mean you ask all the time. Are you an orphan? Is your name Annie? It's a hard knock life for us. It's a hard knock life for us every day. You're not an orphan. Where is your dad? Like, why hasn't your father made sure that you can afford to go to college? Where is your father? Why did he not plan for your life? So you think your father is a bum, but somehow you're gonna marry a wealthy person? Like that makes no sense. That makes no sense. I mean, like, your father is a bum, your father is poor, and you think you're gonna marry a wealthy person? Like, what in the who like what? People are insane. I don't have to watch her clips. She says foolishness. She says foolishness. Bree, go ahead. You're gonna end up pregnant. Keep playing. You're gonna end up pregnant with a baby and a Dusty. Keep playing. Listen to that witch. Keep listening, Bree. Because people like you, girls like you need the wall. People like you need the wall. When you pay them against the wall, that's when you're gonna sit your ass down with the baby, nipple in the mouth. Then you're gonna be like, wow, Marlene, once upon a time, I met this girl named Marlene, and she told me, right? You cannot be out here panhandling from these men every single time. You also have to have your own to some extent, but this is some panhandling. You are not Annie. This is not an orphanage, okay? You got to have your own. Your father also has to be able to give some money to your education. Yeah, right. You go as if you're going to come up here and tell us that you don't sleep with the man. If you watch Shera, you probably gave your coochie for free quite a few times. So then you went to her so she could teach you how to put a price on the coochie. Girl, bye. We don't have time for this. Y'all think you're the first one. There's nothing unique about you people. I keep telling y'all this. Anyways, let's keep going.
I guess really go and look for my ring. Well, let me rewind. So then after that, I think it was like the next day, somebody told me to go online and check my eHarmony profile. So I went on there and I saw that he had updated his picture, and I was like, oh no, this dude is playing around. Like,
I don't need to project. I don't need to project onto anything. I need to project, girl. If you watch Shera, it means that you used to give your pum pum for free, right? You used to give your pum pum for free. Then you found Shera so you can learn how to put a price on your pum pum. That's the pipeline. That's how it goes, right? It's a bunch of little girls who are insecure, who don't come from much, who used to just, I guess, I love him. Then they get tired of giving the pum pum for free. They find Shera, the online pimp, who says, okay, like, how old you are? What's your size? Okay, charge 300. Okay, you how old you are? You got a baby? You single? Okay, charge 500. You charge 600. That's what y'all do. We're not stupid. Like, Brie, you're a child. You're young in your head. You're a baby. Stick around, make it grow. Okay, so it's like this is crazy. I mean, but this, oh yeah, sure. You gonna admit that? No, you're not going to admit it. But that's the pipeline. That is the pipeline, right? Shera has a whole hustle going, and we recognize what it is. We recognize what it is. It's a bunch of girls who had horrible, it's a bunch of girls who had horrible vajayjay management. Used to just pop, disperse the cooch for free, right? Realize that, AKA, love does not pay to some extent. Really mad, real bitter. Like, okay, now, well, I got to start charging for this. So they go to Shera and they take notes. Okay, so how do I assign value to my cooch? How do I assign value to my cooch? Okay, so I charge for this. Okay, but what about if he wants me to come outside tonight? How much should I charge, madam? Okay, Grandmaster. Okay, but what about if he wants me to, to be his girlfriend? How much do I charge for that? Right? The pum, right? So she helps these girls come up with a price bracket. Like, okay, you have a whole price, right? A price range. If he wants this, you charge this much. If he wants that, you charge this much. If he wants this, and that, you charge this much. That's how it goes. You don't have to sit here and consume this lady's content for days at a time to know what she's about. She's about assigning monetary value to your pum pum, to your time, and whatever else the older man is requiring from you. She's teaching you how to be an escort. That's what it is. She's teaching people how to be an escort. There is nothing in her content that says, oh, prioritize character, prioritize his values, get to know his family first, get to know his friends, get to know his culture, get to know his mindset. No, everything is money. It's giving money. That's all this lady cares about. It's all about money. So that's what you are teaching. She's an online madame. Okay, she's an online madame. That's what she is. This advice that she's giving these young ladies is extremely dangerous. It's extremely dangerous, right? It's extremely dangerous because you got to have something for yourself. Because if you have absolutely nothing, these people are going to control you. These men are going to control you. So something bad's going to happen to you, but you got to be very careful. But if a woman has no money at all, she's depending on a man to like, give me this, give me that, give me this, give me that. This is not going to end well. It is not going to end well. It is not going to end well. It's not going to end well. You have to know who this man is. Take your time, get to know him, get to know his character. Of course, but because y'all don't understand that she's miserable. That's why I say it's a pipeline. It is people, it's miserable women who listen to her, right? It's a bunch of losers. I said on Saturday. I said she's a loser, right? So she had negative experiences. She has horrible experiences. I even think this lady, she's frustrated that she didn't really have the life that she wanted to have, right? She had to create this online persona to be able to afford the life that she wanted to have. This lady is extremely frustrated, but the majority of women who follow her are also frustrated because the majority of women do not like to take accountability, right? So when you don't want to take accountability, when you like to blame other people, when you're bitter and things like that, you're going to go through life looking for somebody who's also bitter, who says, oh, all men cheat. Every man's going to get up and leave. Pretty boys are trouble, right? The things you cannot have, you bash. And one thing I've noticed is that losers attract losers. So yes, that's how it goes, right? But this is insanity. This is really, really insanity, right? Because when you hear people who start to meddle in the extreme, you have to realize that you have encountered somebody who's been defeated by life. Because for someone to always meddle in the extreme, everything is always extreme. There's never, There's never a middle, right? Lady, you don't get, what's her name? What you say? Me, I have a self-hating mindset. No, I don't promote foolishness. Self-hating? You're funny. I don't sell my vajayjay, boo. I don't sell my vajayjay. I don't believe that you should sell your body for money. So if that makes me self-hating, then self-hating I am. I don't sleep with money. I don't promote that young ladies should be out here pursuing men for money and chase money, sleeping with people your father's age for money. I don't believe in that. Making a man pay to talk to you, pay to see you, pay. Like, what are you? Are you an escort? Are you actually a prostitute? And I wish that people who follow her would have the courage to say, we are prostitutes. We are prostitutes. We are prostitutes. We are prostitutes. Because that's what it is, right? Be bold to say, I am a prostitute. Say it. Why are people being so shy about it? Why are people being so shy about it? Admit it to yourself. Like, stand beside what you're doing. You're a prostitute and she's your online madame. And she's teaching you how to sell your body. So here we are, right? And then you can try to masquerade. You can try to put a bandit on. And so, we got married. Eventually, I became his wife. Girl, bye. Girl, bye. The entire tree is rotten. So this is why we're here today. Okay? This is not even hypergamy. This is prostitution. This is not what hypergamy is. This is prostitution. Right? To say, I need to marry a man that is well-to-do versus your whole focus is nothing but money, no matter the age of the person. Like, he can be in a wheelchair, but if he has money, you go that way. That is not hypergamy, okay? You are a predator. You are preying on the elderly, right? That is elder abuse. That is elder abuse. That is not being hypergamous, right? Because even when you're being hypergamous also, you should have something for yourself. Education, a job, something that you can also take care of yourself. But when you need a man to take care of everything, you can't even pay for your own drink. Otherwise, your bank account goes in the negative. No, that is not being hypergamous. You are an escort. You're a prostitute. Call a thing a thing. Call a thing a thing. Rachel, you don't have to be here, right? You don't have to be here, Rachel. You don't have to be here, right? You don't have to be here. Prostitution. It is prostitution. It is extremely prostitution. Let me tell you something, right? When I even went and found Priscilla, I was like, what the heck? Because I had to go find Priscilla, right? But the fact that even Priscilla was saying that this advice that she's giving is extremely dangerous, I was like, you know what, Priscilla? I knew you was in the word somewhere in there, right? It is extremely dangerous to tell young girls, especially goofy young girls who are not even that smart, right? They're going to get killed because these girls are goofy. Right? They are extremely goofy, right? They're going to get killed because there's in this life, if you love people in this life, you got to tell people there's never nothing for nothing. There is never nothing for nothing. Nothing is free out here. So if you think this old man, this elderly citizen is an easy lick, there's something in there that's quite dangerous for you, because nothing is nothing. And if you think that you're 20-something years old and you're going to run game on a 40-year-old or 50-year-old, you are crazy. This man has been out here for 2 decades before you were born. When you were in diapers, he was already in college or whatever he was doing, okay? When you were in diapers, he had a whole career and a car, and he was paying taxes. You just started having sex like 4 or 5 years ago. And somehow you think you're so smart that you can run game around somebody who's old enough to be your daddy or old enough to be your grandpa. No. If you feel like you're running game, it's because he's allowing you to feel like you're running game because he has a bigger trap for you. That's why many of y'all, instead of listening to Shera, you better go buy the book, The Art of War, so you'll understand. Sometimes when people really want to hurt you, they give you the impression that you're in control, right? When people really want to hurt you, what they do is they will give you the impression that you are in control. They'll give you the impression that you're in control, just like he did with her. He let her go buy the ring and things like that. He let her lead on certain things to make her feel like she was in control. She was in control when she got to be his girlfriend. She was in control when she got to be his wife. It's all an illusion, right? But when you don't know how it goes out here to when the hunter becomes a hunted, right? You're not going to get that. But people will give you the illusion that you are in control. And since you're so greedy, you can't even stop to realize that, hey, guess what? It's kind of weird. Is this man that could be my daddy? Is he really that dumb? No, he's not that dumb. He thinks you're that dumb. But this illusion of having control to disarm you. And then once you put when you feel, oh, I have full control, then boom, gonna come and get you. The illusion of having control. You think this man is an idiot and he made this money being a stupid person? No. He knows how to make money. You don't have money. He has money. You think he's an idiot? You think he's an idiot? If you're broke, a man is wealthy. Not only is he wealthy, he's older than you, right? A man is older than you. He can be your father. He has money. You think he made money by being an idiot? You think he made money being a fool? You think he made money not knowing like how to take advantage? And you're going to come and just grab his treasure and you're going to run because you got a fat ass. You crazy as hell. You are crazy as hell. You'll see damn well what happens. If you come to America and try to steal our stuff, we're going to bomb your ass. You go to Russia and you try to take Crimea from Russia, Vladimir going to bomb that ass. Powerful people, wealthy people, powerful people are not in the business of parting with their money. So if they let you part with their money, they have a bigger plan to get something bigger out of you. You better learn how to fight these wars, okay? But you ain't got no money, but you think you are smarter than a man with money because Shera gassed you up, because Shera don't lie to you. You are crazy. You are really, really crazy. You are seriously crazy. It's like if I meet a wealthy man, I have $0. This man has millions of dollars, and I think I can finesse him. Like, are you insane? Are you insane? As Barack Obama would say, the audacity of hope. And I say the audacity of an idiot, right? This is insanity. This is insanity. Don't you ever think that you can outsmart a wealthy person, an older person that is also wealthy, because they've been outside before you were born. They were outside before you were born. They've learned lessons that you have yet to learn. They've been through stuff that you have yet to go through. And that's why they have more wisdom than you. That's why they're more dangerous than you. That's why they are more predatory than you are. You're a cute little thing like this, and you walk straight into the trap of a freaking demon. And he devoured you. He devoured your daughters. They got to sit on YouTube and start crying. Be very careful. People are not stupid. People are not stupid. They might want you to think they're stupid, but they're not stupid. They are dangerous. And anybody you meet of a certain age that acts stupid, be very careful. They're not stupid. They might act stupid, but they're not stupid. And you got to be very careful. And then when something bad happens to you, they're going to sit over here and completely deny you like they never knew you or they never gave you this advice. No, you gave this girl this advice. And now here she is today. But you got to be very careful. You got to be very, very, very careful. That's called the illusion of control. Oh, yeah, sure, I'll do it. Yeah, because he's controlling you. It's the same thing with the scam. How you think people get scammed? You think the people who get scammed 100,000, 200,000, 400,000, 500,000, you think those people just get scammed like this overnight? No. It starts small. Like a lot of scammers, the great scammers, they build a rapport with their victims. They make their victims feel safe. They make you feel, oh, we have a friendship. Like they make you feel safe. And the first time they actually pay you back, they help, there's no problem. But you go, okay, he's not gonna do this. But then when you go and you get bigger and bigger, like the amounts that get bigger, right? So that's that. Rachel, you are silly as hell. You are really silly. Like I said, a lot of you guys are really, really silly. It's an isolated incident. No, it's the one that went viral. There are some, and the thing about her, the thing about Isis, at least she has the courage to sit here and tell the truth. There are a lot of girls who took Shera's advice who are most likely dead today. So those you'll never hear from. There are other girls who took Shera's advice who are just too embarrassed to tell the truth. So this is where, even though I was like, yeah, you a bird, right? Isis, I don't really care for her. But I was like, you know what? I do commend her. The same way she came over here and she promoted this foolishness, I do respect her for coming back to YouTube and saying, you know what? I actually married a monster. I respect her for that because she could have just disappeared. She could have left her content. I'm a trophy wife. I got engaged in 1 week. She could have left the content. But the fact that Isis came back, she sat down. She said, y'all, I got to be honest. I truly married a monster. Everything I promoted was a lie. Here I am. Here is my life. So for that, I commend her because it's extremely embarrassing. It is extremely, extremely embarrassing, but it's also extremely brave. But she's not the only victim. She's the only one brave enough to sit here and to tell the truth and to use her personal life as a testimony because it's extremely intimate. This happened to her children. So it's extremely commendable. It's extremely intimate. It's a lot. It really is a lot. And I commend her for saying, this is what I listened to. This is how I did it. And then here are the consequences. So for that, God bless her, because her video is going to open the eyes of a lot of people. And then all the people who are doing commentary, by doing that as well, they're going to open the eyes of a lot of people. Because all this, like, oh, I'm going to just find a rich man. There's no Prince Charming. There is no savior. Nobody's coming to save you. Nobody's coming to make you a princess. Nobody's coming to make you wealthy overnight. That life is not Pretty Woman. This is real life. Stop believing in fairy tales and go for things that are more practical and that are more in your tax bracket. Voila. Just be honest with yourself. If you come from a regular family, your daddy, if your father did not even make over $100,000, if you're studying a regular degree, okay? Oh, goddess, shut the hell up. Shut the hell up, goddess. Shut the hell up. Shut the front door. Shut the front door, get blocked. Shut the hell up. This young lady sat here and she said she listened to Shera, right? And she applied the advice that Shera was giving. Shut the hell up. So if you want to go and believe in a prostitution dream, go ahead, goddess. But you fuck around with me, you're going to get blocked. I don't have time for you people. I do not have time. Okay? Accountability. If this young lady said she sat here and she had listened to Kevin Samuels and she found herself in that predicament, you'd be like, oh yes, the man, right? If she said Kevin Samuels put her in this predicament, you guys will have no issue writing Kevin Samuel. Stop your goofy ass, demonic ass sisterhood where you heifers do not hold these girls accountable because they're sort of quote unquote black women. Don't play with me. Do not play with me, right? Don't play with me. She clearly said, I listened to this lady, and here's what this is what I abide by. After listening to her, this is how I carry my life. So do not play with me, goddess, because I will block your goofy ass. If nobody ever told you you're goofy, I sure will tell you you're goofy. Bright but stupid. You better act accordingly. Don't be stupid. We don't have time for this. This lady sat here. She made ample videos. And every single video she said, I watched Shera. Shera changed my life. Shera changed my life. Shera told me to do this. Shera told me to do that. Right? And I was like, oh, don't hold Shera accountable. Don't be bright and dumb. Be bright and actually be smart. Don't do it. Don't do it. Because if it was Kevin Samuels and he had fucked up her shit, y'all would not have any issue saying, oh, yeah, you see these black men, you listen to the black man. Well, no, she listened to a black woman and her shit got fucked up and her kids got messed up. Okay? A black woman gave her goofy ass advice. And I wonder, like that little girl who passed away and the white boy murdered her. This goofy advice these girls gave on social media, they need to be freaking sued because these are people's children. These are people's children. So we're not doing this. We're not doing this. If the young lady said, I found the lady, I listened to her stuff and my shit fucked up, my daughter fucked up, my other daughter fucked up, she needs to own up to that. Point blank, period. Don't bring your voodoo, sorceress, weirdo ass, goofy ass, light-skinned sisterhood over here. We're sick and tired of y'all. I'm so sick and tired of y'all. Hold people fucking accountable. So you go talk to your sorceress named Shera and you tell her to fix her fucking message. However she talks to them, girl, she got to fix it. Because once you put things out there, you don't go over. I didn't say it like I know. You said exactly what the fuck you said. Okay, and we're going to play her video because this is what she recommends to people. She sits there from the comfort of her home and she tells these young ladies to go play Russian roulette with their punani. Go play Russian roulette with the elderly. Go prey on the elderly. Go chase older men for money. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Like, what in the glorious fuck? Like, this is crazy. This is really, really crazy. Like, yo, this is fucking crazy. She did not watch. No, she compared them. She made one video where she compared. She's like, okay, I learned this, and that. But her ultimate sorceress is Shera. Now she looks just like her. Even look in the back. She got the same husband, dark-skinned husband, older. Like, she's like Shera baby. She's like baby Shera. They have the same life. She had the same life. So you can definitely tell that she's more into Shera than she's into Kevin Samuels. No. Yeah, they like to condone foolishness. Exactly, Goldie. Exactly. Like, what the heck? Look at the background. Her husband is dark-skinned, just like Shera's husband. Her husband is old, just like Shera's husband. This girl models her life after Shera. She models her life to the lady. She looks up to her. Even the hair, like you put the little side part, you got the little swoop going on. She models her life after Shera. So it's quite obvious. It's a copy and paste. Her life is a copy and paste. She looks up to her. She looks up to her. So when it's good, oh, say it's Shera. But if it's bad, she can't take it. No, Shera needs to learn to be a leader. When it's good, it's you. When it's bad, it's you. All of it, it's you. You sit on your freaking chair. You make this content. You tell these young girls to go play Russian roulette with their punanis, and then bad things happen. She gonna be called to the front. We're gonna call her number out because this is extremely dangerous. This is extremely dangerous. So no, we're not doing this. Like, what the heck? Exactly. After she got married. So how did she get married? Oh, you said after. How did she get to the husband? How did she find the husband? When she said, I met Shera. Okay. When she met Shera, that's when she started going after older men. Kevin comes after she meets the husband. How did she meet the husband? And why does the husband look like Shera's husband? Don't play with me. Do not play with me. You clearly say, okay, after, in the beginning, who did she find? When she was 24 years old. When she was 24 years old, who did she find? When she was 24, who did she find? Did she find Kevin or did she find Shera? She found Shera. And she said, she completely changed my life. Okay? Once she was married to an evil man, then she found Kevin. Cool. But Kevin is not the one who said, this is how you do it. This is how you marry this man. It was not Kevin. It wasn't Kevin. And I'm sure even Kevin also, let's also talk about this. Even when it comes down to Kevin, when Kevin says a high value man, Kevin gave a list of what exactly makes a man high value. And when she describes that man, he does not go according to Kevin's standard. Because Kevin will be like, okay, as Kevin will say, it's bizarre because Kevin always says a high value man has option. You go on a date with a man that's supposed to be high value on the first date, the first time, he wants you to be his girlfriend right away. That does not make sense. That does not make any sense. Because Kevin always says that high value men don't cheat. They exercise their option. Okay, so why does a high value man, he meets this girl within 20 minutes, oh, be my girlfriend. So he don't have options. He don't have options to exercise. He doesn't have to go to Dubai tomorrow to go see some other girl somewhere, right? That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Why would a high value man who's always on the go, who's extremely sought after by all kinds of women, why would he see her for the first time? Oh yeah, be my girlfriend. That's it. I want to cease all my option. I don't want to exercise any of my option. Why? Why? He hasn't even met her family. Hasn't even met her dad. He knows nothing about her. That makes no sense. So my thing is, if she actually had met Kevin first and she actually sat there and listened to what Kevin said makes a high value man, he's not one of them. Hey, Ace, I haven't seen in a while. He's not one of them. Because Kevin always says that part of being a high value man, other men also have to be high value and those men have to christen you. You don't just get to say, well, I'm a high value man. No, Kevin said you got to be surrounded by other men who are also high value. Kevin also said, if you're a basketball player, if you are a baller, any kind of baller is not a high value man. He's been very clear about that. He's been very clear about that, but it doesn't matter. They keep bringing that stuff up. These girls bring that stuff as a weak. You guys, this is weak sauce. Kevin said, if your daughter says that a man touched you, don't listen. Did she listen? No. She saw her daughter was red. She took her daughter to the hospital. So that's a moot point. What exactly does that even add to the table? Like, what value? What are you trying to say? Right? Did she listen to him? No. Right? You can listen to people. Ultimately, sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. But when her daughter was hurt, she said she noticed that her daughter was hurt because she's also a product of grape. So therefore, she took her baby to the hospital. And then they said they didn't have, I guess, the grape kit at that hospital. So she took her baby to a different hospital. So she did what she had to do. So it's like, why are we even bro? But Kevin said many, many things. But ultimately, what did she do? Did she ignore her daughter? She did not ignore her daughter. She did not ignore her daughter. Okay? She took all her kids. She went to her sister's house. And then she went to the hospital. When they didn't have the grape kit at that hospital, she went to a different hospital. So we have to give her credit. She protected her baby. She did not say, well, I don't care. I'm going to stay in this. She didn't stay in this. Because she obviously sat down and made a video. That's how we know all of this. So what exactly is the point? So it's like, I'm like, even Priscilla, bro, she's in it, Kevin Samuel, but Kevin Samuel said, did she do that? No. Her daughter was hurt. She took her baby to the hospital. Okay? Like, no. But let me keep playing because we got to go, y'all. We got to move. It's getting late. It's getting late.
And spend a whole bunch of money on this ring. Like, he was just playing. And I screenshotted it and sent her a picture. And I said, it doesn't seem like we're on the same page. So
this is crazy.
Yeah, I'm done with this. And he texted me. He was like, or I think he tried to call me and I didn't answer. And he texted me and he was like, no, I'm serious. I am going to marry you, in caps. And I think that evening he ended up going and buying my ring. Yeah, he went and bought my ring. And the ring that he got me is not the ring I have now. Exactly. It was a nice ring, but it wasn't nearly as big as the rock that I'm currently sporting. But when he showed it to me, in my head, I said, it's not about the ring, it's about the marriage. And I definitely think that that's something that you ladies should keep in mind, is that if a man is going to propose to you, don't make it about the ring, because that can really turn a man off and make him think that that's all that you care about is having a big ring, when it's more important to have the marriage. And I knew that in my heart. I was like, all right, I'm not going to say anything about the size of the ring. It's still a nice ring. I'm going to take it and we're going to get married. So we ended up getting married the next week. Everybody was shocked. I randomly called my mom, my grandmother, hey, I'm getting married in a few days. We got married at the courthouse because I told him I don't need a big wedding. I'd rather spend that money elsewhere. And we had a really beautiful wedding reception in DC at a really nice restaurant. It was gorgeous. So yeah, that is how I ended up getting married. But I think that also something that I want to let you guys know is that becoming his wife and really being the kind of woman that could just get a ring like that took work. At that time, I had really become a better version of myself.
No, you did not. Girl,
better version than the woman that was dating thugs and, living in some kind of secular lifestyle. I had to become the kind of woman that a man would want to take around his colleagues and his mother, and be the woman that's adding value to him just by standing next to him. But yeah, I know it's kind of a interesting story, but I also helped two of my sisters to get married. They both got married in less than a year as well. So I'm really good at knowing how to get women the ring and to get the kind of men that you would be proud of. So if you ladies are interested.
And you see, and the thing is, this is what she also got from Shera. It's like, well, if I can secure a high value man like Shera, I can also be a coach. You see this? So now it's like, it's not, I don't even think it's like, oh, I really want this. It's like, oh, do I even like this? And it's like, okay. But even if I'm not really attracted to him, F the ring, I just need the title of a wife. Because at some point, she's like, no, I just want the title of a wife. So therefore, she can also do like Shera does and start peddling this, oh, look at my life. I'm a trophy wife. Take my classes, take my courses. My course is $222, Because I'm like, she needs the title of wife in order to start her grift. I'm like, this is all about a business. This is insanity. This is really crazy. And she's like, oh, I can get you married. No, thank you. We're good. Oh my gosh, you're insane.
And learning more about how to become a trophy wife, then please click subscribe. I would love to have you here. Stay tuned. We are going to be getting all.
I don't even think her mom condoned the marriage. She got married, then she told her mom. So that's how you know she knew she was up to no good, because her mom was not even involved. She got married, then she called her mom. Like at that point, it's like, what can her mom do? Like the kid's already married. Like what the heck? So now let's go into this video.
Hi, ladies. Hi, trophies. Welcome back to my channel, or welcome if you're new here.
Yeah.
If you hear any noise in the background, that's the new baby. A lot has happened since the last time that I recorded. I think the last time you guys saw me, I was in my second trimester, and yeah, I think I did post an update in the community section when the baby was born, and I said that I would be back soon, and that was a few months ago now. I thought that when I came back on here that it would be to maybe do like some kind of newborn favorites or meet my new baby or something like that, but unfortunately it's been a little over a month since I had to end up leaving my husband. I honestly don't even really know where to start with this, just because it's just such a hard topic. And I honestly thought that by the time I got on here that I wouldn't have any tears left because I've just cried so much. It's like I built this channel and this whole brand around being this man's wife and trying to teach other women how to attract good men and provider men and all these different things. And I truly held my husband, or saw him, as the bar for what every woman should, type of man that, or type of husband that every woman should aspire to have. And I didn't realize that the person I married was actually going to be my biggest nightmare. So basically, when I first met my husband, as I've already talked about in another video, I think it was my single mom video, I explained, a little bit about how we met. And I really thought that man was my Prince Charming. So when I first met my husband, I thought that he was my Prince Charming. I thought that he was my knight in shining armor, and he portrayed himself.
Girl, there is no such thing as this is crazy. Like this is too much. Marlene, which do you think is worse, a cheating man or a down low man? But isn't the cheating man also on the down low? I'm confused. Like what? Baby, what? If he's cheating, he's sneaking, right? So he's also on the down low. And so I don't think anybody should pick if you can, don't speak that over your life. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, if he's cheating, he's also in the down low. I'm just saying. But my thing is, do not speak that over your life, though. Like, why would you speak over your life? Don't be manifesting things now. Next thing you know, oh hell no.
Self to be this amazing, upright, righteous Christian man. And I believed him. I think shortly after we got married, and this is something that I haven't talked about, I started noticing like certain things changed with him. And I just started to see a few things that I didn't like. But I honestly thought that some of these were things that I could get past.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Kate.
It's like sad to even say like I could get past some of these things.
I'll get to her. Hold on.
I don't even know where to start.
I'm looking for another video.
6 weeks ago, I was changing my daughter, my 4-year-old daughter, and I noticed that.
My thing is, I don't know if you guys saw the whole thing, but it's like, does he even have money? If you have to pay for your own wedding ring, does he have money? If you have to go and use your last $300 to get him a ring, like what? Does he even have money? That makes no sense to me. This makes no sense to me, right? Number one, why are you buying the ring? Okay. Number two, why do you have to use your last $300 to buy him a ring? And also, if he's a high value man, what does he look like wearing a $300 ring? Like whether he's wearing an Apple Watch or he's wearing like those, what's that ring that ring they wear? Like, I mean, even just like just the sports gear alone is over $1,000. Like, what am I gonna do with a $300 ring though? Like, what the heck? Like, what, girl, you crazy? You are insane, right? He probably has the latest like Apple Watch. Them things are like with the big face on it, with the fancy bracelet to it. A $300 ring, that don't even make no sense. Like, girl, it's gonna start leaking and changing colors, messing up my skin, my complexion, girl. Never that. It never gave, right? So she buys the ring first. She goes and take a little $300 to the Walmart to buy a ring for a high value man. Because I know she didn't go to what's it called, K Jewelers. Because K Jewelers, they don't even do engagement ring for $300. So she can afford the K Jewelers. Okay, every kiss begins with K. Okay, no, she didn't. So where did she go? Walmart, TJ Maxx? That don't make no damn sense. So she goes and she buys the ring with her last $300 when she got 2 kids. Make it make sense. Did your baby eat? Did the babies eat? Okay. She's like, oh, I really wanted to put pressure on him. Why would you put pressure on him? How exactly did he get to be a high value man? So if he's a high value man, he don't need pressure. He knows what he's going to do. Just wait until he does what he does. No, she goes and buys the ring to put pressure on the man so that he goes and buys her some type of ring. It's not even like, she said, oh, eventually we have to change rings, whatever. But I'm like, girl, why are you begging this man to marry you? It doesn't even make sense. So first he wants you to be his girlfriend, but then you have to put pressure to become the wife. There is something here that is lost in translation, but since I don't want to be here forever, right? I don't want to be here forever. So I'm just moving on. But I'm like, so he wants you to be his girlfriend, but then he lost interest along the way. Then you want to be the wife. Girl, it's bizarre. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what it was. She wanted the title because with the title, she could start a business. Now, some of you guys have said that that's what the girl said, right? That Shera says you date and then you start a business. So I'm assuming she said to herself, I can do what Shera does, but you need the husband. Because without the husband, what is the brand, right? Without the husband, how can you be a trophy wife? Where is the husband, right? Does that make sense? So you need the husband. So I think like that's what she really wanted. Like, no, you got to marry me so I can start this business, this brand, right? Because without the husband, there is no brand. You understand? Like, even when you look at Shera, part of what lures all these young women, these gullible young ladies, right, to buy into the Sprinkle brand is because they really believe that Shera is married to a high value man, right? Like, you have to have the elements of deception. You understand? For example, if a young man says, oh, I'm rich, A lot of you ladies are not gonna believe it. But if he pushing a lot, you know what I mean, pushing a little Bentayga, you're like, ooh, 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 ooh. You understand me, right? If he has the Richard Millie, you might be like, ooh, 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 ooh. You see, he gotta have things that are gonna make you wet, wet. You understand me, right? It's the same thing with Shera. How can Shera get all these ladies to believe her business or to join her movement if she don't have no husband? So you gotta have the husband. Because the husband means that you know what you're talking about. They're like, girl, do you want what I have? Mm-hmm. Do you want this? Like Vanna White. None of them TV shows. The husband. Now, T, would you like a husband for $20,000? You know what I mean? Just like a TV show. That's what it is, right? Y'all seen the show? You know what I'm saying? You understand? That's it. And that's why I be telling y'all, that's what some of you guys, you're new here. You haven't been here for long, so you're new to my channel. So, hey, nice to meet you, right? But this is why I always say men are the prize. But the ladies don't want to admit that to themselves, right? But men are the prize. How can a pretty girl like this run behind a man? You see what he look like? You see what he look like? But she feels like even if he's decrepit, even if he's an invalid, okay, even if he's AARP, a senior citizen, it does not matter. Marry me now so I can start a business, right? How can you marry an invalid? He's almost like 60, okay? Why would you do that to yourself? Why? Because men are the pride, even as an invalid. Right? Because he's an invalid. Like, what can he do for you, right? But because you need the husband so you can have the business, you can have the brand, and you can say to people, look, I know what I'm talking about. Like she said, I got my sister married. I'm really good at this. I'm so good at this. Right? You understand? So that's why she had to marry him. Then she started her whole business, which is called The New Trophy Wife. That's the name of her business. It's The New Trophy Wife. That is her business. And then she sells classes for $222. She sells courses. Then she'll tell you how you can also get the same result that she got. So I think that was her mind. Is like, this is how I'm going to be rich. This is how I'm going to be rich. You know what I mean? She said, Tia can't stop crying. This is how she's going to be rich. And unfortunately, instead of being rich, now look at what she got herself into. This is so sad. This is really, really sad. This is sad.
When I changed her, she was red and very sensitive.
Oh my God.
And immediately, my first thought was, did someone touch her? Oh God. Gosh. So I asked her, I said, baby, did somebody touch you? And she ended up saying it was Daddy. I felt like my world ended on that day.
He's evil. He's an evil person. He's evil. Mm-hmm. And that's why, honestly, it should be suspicious. Water. I mean, some water. It should be suspicious. It should be suspicious for all women, right? Okay, so you're a high value man. You have all this money. You're older than me. Like you're 20 years older than me. You never got married. You don't have any children. I don't meet any of your friends. Like, you know what I mean? Like, where's your family? Like, that is so bizarre. Because you would think if somebody's hot, if somebody's really affluent like that, they're surrounded by people. How many wealthy people you know they're all by themselves? If you're wealthy and you're by yourself, like you must be an awful person. Because when you have money, people will put up with your bad attitude. But you know, because okay, like you know, he be yelling, but he got money though. You know what I'm saying? You don't even have a maid. Don't even have a chef. They don't have a driver. You have all this money. Nobody comes around. You must not be a good person. You must not, because I'm like, all rich people, even rich people with some type of bad attitude, they still have people who put up with their mess. Like they still have yes people around. You know what I'm saying? But you have no one around you. That's very bizarre. If you're poor, if you're broke and you ain't got no friends, I get it. Shoot, nobody wants to split bills with your broke ass. The heck, stay home. You broke. You understand? But when you're wealthy, allegedly you're so affluent, and you never say, hey, come out with my friends, or let's go on a double date with people, or like, let's get to meet these people. Or there is no one, I meet nobody in your life. You guys, me, Marlene, I was like getting scared. Like, this is bizarre. This is so bizarre. This is extremely bizarre. You have no one, like no one. Did you even check this LinkedIn to see if he was connected with anybody on LinkedIn? Is there anybody on LinkedIn that recommends him, that endorses him on LinkedIn? Like, where is his social network? Like, where are his people? You understand? I'm like, that is crazy to me. She's like, oh, is it okay if I move in with you, even if it's like for just like 3 weeks or so? I'm like, girl, he could be anybody. You have little babies. Why do you want to move into his house? But like I said, you guys, I reviewed her in my other channel, so I'm a little tired, right? She said, what do you think about the 6-month ring rule? It depends. You can't say, oh yeah, I believe in that. Because I don't know the man, Rachel. And that's what I need you guys to understand. Like, some of y'all, you're new here. Like, you're coming from Shera. So God brought you here. I'm going to save you, right? Marlene, I will never say it's impossible to marry someone and know what you want in 6 months. I can't say that. It's very, very possible. However, one thing I always prioritize, Rachel, is a person's character. I need to get to know your character. And it takes time to really get to know a person. Number 2, I need to get to know your family. So if we've been together for 6 months and I have yet to meet your family, then we're going to take more time, because your family is everything. See, you can tell me you're just, oh, Marlene, I'm a good person. I'm this, I'm that. Yeah, whatever. I need to meet the people who raised you. You understand? Because the people who raised you, the way they act, the way they talk, the way they move, it's also in you. You might be subverting it. You might be hiding it because you want to bamboozle me. You understand? You understand me, Rachel? Because my fear is this, Rachel. My fear is this. I don't want you to get pregnant and then you find out he's a demon. Because that happens a lot. A lot of crazy people, they'll be so sweet. They'll be so amazing. Bamboozle you, just wow you. Once you get pregnant, Rachel, when I tell you the kind of stuff you're going to start to see, you're like, oh, this is not possible. This is not the same person. Girl, it's him. But he had to get you pregnant. As they say in Nigeria, he had to get you belle. And then once you're belle, then he shows you shit, like he puts pepper in your eyes, okay? And that part, you understand? So I need to know his character, Rachel. I need to see his work ethic. You know, I was talking to Esther, she's my little sister, right? I was talking to Esther today, for like 3 hours. She took all of me. She took all my energy. Between Maverick and Esther, I was drained. You understand? But my thing is, like I told Esther, even where I have a problem with Shera's teaching, right? Marlene, I'm not the type to obsess over money. Now, I do think a man should be able to provide comfortably, right? Providing comfortably and being rich, it's not always synonymous, right? A man can provide a comfortable life for his wife, especially if she's not greedy and she always wants everything she sees on TikTok and the Amazon store and the Amazon storefront, right? If you have a woman who can check her spending and her, her just frivolous spending like that, right? There's enough men out there who can provide a great life for you, Rachel. He doesn't have to be rich, that it's not necessary. You know what I'm saying? Like, I always say this. I'll see it a lot on social media where women will say, oh, I want to have it all. I got to have it all. And I'm like, is it even necessary? Because we also have to be wise, right? Do you need to have it all? Does having it all mean that you're automatically going to be happy? No. You can have it all and be so miserable because you have it all, but you don't have what you actually need. Or you have so much that you don't even know how to enjoy it because you feel overwhelmed. You can be overwhelmed. You understand? Like when you have a small closet, you say, oh God, I would love to have a big closet. But then let's say God gives you a closet as big as like Neiman Marcus. At first it's cute. Then oh my gosh, this is too much. Because every time you want to wear a shoe, you got to walk all the way over there. You want underwear, got to walk over there. You want a dress, you got to walk over there. At first it's cute because you're impressing people, but eventually you're like, you know what? I'm tired. Okay. Just give me 5 outfits, 5 shoes, and some underwear. This is too much. This is just way too much, right? Because having it all is not necessary. You got to have the things that are right for Rachel. You understand? And this is where Every woman is different. What is right for Rachel might not be right for Goldie. What is right for Goldie might not be right for Beauty. Now, to some extent, certain things we want, like love, respect, kindness, honesty, sure. But there are other things that you need for yourself and she needs for herself, right? And that right there is where we have to see his character. We have to see his family, because his family will tell you his culture. You understand? If you go meet his family, and as soon as you come in, his dad leaves. Then you sit there, you're at the house for 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. The dad is not back yet. It's 9 o'clock. The dad is not back yet. Girl, his dad does not sleep at the house. So if you marry this young man, he's not going to be at home at night, because his father will tell you what kind of man he's going to be. If you come into their house and the whole time you're there, the father's there. Hey, Rachel. Oh, you're nice. The dad even makes conversation with you. He sits down with you. He wants to get to know you. That boy was raised right. You understand? It's the little things like that. That's why you got to go meet a person's family. You don't give your heart to a person until you've met the family, because the family is the culture. The family is the culture. And when you look at his mom, if the mom is sad, if the mom is dejected, if you feel like, damn, auntie, like she's 60, but she look like she's 80, Rachel, that's your future. You understand? If you go and you meet the mom and she's happy, she's energetic, she loves her husband, she's kissing on him, he's a good man. He got a good man, Savannah. He's going to be just like his dad, because he can only give you what he saw his daddy give to his mama. That's why people like Jay-Z, for example, Jay-Z was never going to be a good husband, because Jay-Z's never seen his father be good to his mother. And he put that all up in his music. Then for Beyonce to turn around and be like, oh my gosh, he cheated on me. I'm like, girl, have you not been listening to his music? Okay. You understand me? So that's that. Also, we need to know his work ethic, because even if he has money, how is he going to act if he ever loses that money? Because it's possible. With everything, there is a risk, right? We can meet a man today, he's rich. When you're rich, it's easy to be confident. It's easy to believe in yourself. But what happens tomorrow if his company goes left, or the stock market goes left, or we have a housing crisis, or we have a stock market crisis, and he loses a lot of money? Is he going to just crumble, have a depression, just let you fight for everything while the bills are piling up? Or is he going to be the type of man to say, wife, even though I lost it, I can get way more and get back up and get that money all over again? You got to have grit in him, right? Because, you know, look at Diddy's kids. Diddy's kids, they all grew up with money. So when their daddy was free, Justin was cocky, Christian was cocky, because daddy was outside. You understand? Now daddy's inside. Daddy's locked up. He might never come outside. Christian does not know how to make money. The father got locked up. Within a week, he got a bill from Bentayga because he owes $170,000. I'm like, woo, he don't know how to make money. There was this other man. Let me show you this man. There was this other man from the, what's it called? What's it called? Bath and what? Right? Look at this man too. This is a wealthy man. Huh? Let me see if I can show you. Hold on. Where is he? Oh, Lord, I'm hot. This right here, that's also a wealthy man. This man was the CFO of Bed Bath & Beyond. And he did some scamming. And the people came after him. So guess what he did? He committed suicide in front of his wife. The man killed himself in front of his wife, in front of the children. They were in the apartment. He goes in these fancy New York apartments. The man in front of the wife, he goes outside and he just jumps from the balcony. I'm like, wow, how selfish, how traumatic. Because imagine she's never paid any bills. She don't even know what the bills are. How do you pay this stuff? You just go and kill yourself? You made a mess. You stay, you fight, you fix it. You have to be a man, right? And many times when it's like being a Christian, when everything is going good in your life, it's very easy to say, oh, I love God. I love God so much. I love the Lord, right? Because everything in your life is going good. But what happens when things are bad? Are you the type to start cursing God? Or are you the type to say, you know what? For if the Lord be for me, who shall be against me? And that's what you also need in a man. You need a warrior. You need a fighter. Not just somebody who's rich. Doesn't matter. If he loses his money, if he loses his wealth, he has to be the type of man who believes I can get it over and over and over and over and over and over again. Because my wife, she will never fear. My wife, she will never lack. You have men out here, they have money, but as soon as they lose the money, depression, mental breakdown, nervous breakdown, it's like they don't even fight. They give up. You had one setback. You lost money once, and you're already giving up on life. He wants to go commit suicide. He doesn't even care about the children. Doesn't even care about you. The fact that you've been a stay-at-home mom all your life, you can't do this without him because you don't even know anything. He knows all the stuff, but he wants to go out there and just take his life away because he has a setback. No, you have to get up. You have to get up. You understand? But to me, Marlene, character is really important because money can come and go. Even our friends, you know, you have money. Sometimes you'll have a bunch of friends. You lose your money. A lot of people turn their backs on you. But he has to know how to sell himself. No matter what happens, sell yourself. Believe in yourself. Get you a good suit, some good shoes. You go out there. You sell yourself all over again. You can do it. You will do it. You know, a woman has to be able to look into her husband's eyes, even if things are bad, and say, you know what? If my husband said he got this, we're going to be okay. You want a man like Jesus on the boat, no matter how bad it gets, no matter how loud it gets, the thunderstorm is so loud, you want a man that says everything is going to be okay. And that's what you call a leader. And money does not make a leader. Courage makes a leader. And you get courage from character. You get courage from not being lazy. Anybody can get money. Drug dealers, scammers, a lot of people have money. But how many people have the character to get it the right way? And if they lose it, to fight and to get it back. As David, when David asked the Lord, shall I pursue? And the Lord said, not only shall you pursue, but you shall recover everything that you've lost. And that's the kind of man you need, that if he loses a thing, he will find a way to recover. You will never have to fear because you will always be taken care of. Even if he dies, he has a will, he has this, he's always thinking about you and the children. He makes plans for you and the children. And it takes time to study a person. That's why I say it's more than money. That's why I say Shera, she's not married to a high value man because her advice is stupid. It's really stupid. She doesn't even know what she's talking about. She's outside the club thinking, guessing that she knows what high value people do. You meet most wealthy people, especially here in America. You meet a lot of wealthy people, right? Oh, thank you, babe. You meet a lot of wealthy people, a lot of rich people in America, right? Many of them, they've lost money before. You meet a lot of even crazy wealthy people. They've lost money before. It's very rare that you have a person that just made money straight and never had any issue. It's a very rare, very, very rare, especially if they work for themselves. They lost money before because a lot of people have their stuff is tied to the stock market. Even Jeff Bezos. 1 year, Jeff Bezos lost 100. No, he started at 100 million. Like the morning he had 100 million. By the afternoon, he only had 10 million. I said, what happened to the money? Okay. You understand? But today, look, he could have killed himself. Look, even Kanye. Kanye might be crazy, but Kanye is brave because Kanye was $50 million in debt. $50 million in debt. And a lot of men, they would have killed themselves, but not Kanye. He's crazy though. But Kanye, he went and he found a way, not just to pay the people, but to make more. To make more. He got himself out of a $50 million hole. My Lord. A lot of people, they owe $5,000, they owe $20,000. They go, oh my gosh, my life is over. My life is over. Shut up. It's only 20 grand. Right? You understand? There's this guy, we saw this Asian dude, he owed $80,000 to his friends. So he decided to go murder his friend. Why do you murder people? For what? Because some people don't have mental toughness. And what you need from a husband, from the father of your children, he has to have mental toughness because it's hard to be a leader. It's hard to be a leader. It's hard to be a CEO, a boss, whatever. It's hard to lead a family. It's hard to sit there and have a vision for your kids. It's a lot. It really is a lot. It's a lot. It's really hard. You know, being a man is not easy. A good man is not easy, right? So you got to take time to really get to know like a person's head, his motivation, what truly drives him, like what motivates you, right? And you have to make sure that he's a man who's driven by service, like he lives for other people. He doesn't mind doing for other people. You know, unfortunately today, a lot of these young men today with the little 50-50 conversation, right? They don't understand sacrifice because many of them are not men. You know, they have grown bodies, but they don't have the psychology of a man. Because when you become a man, you understand that being a man means that you provide, you protect, and things like that. Sacrifice is part of manhood, right? But how can you sacrifice when you don't even know what it is to be a man? And this is why so many young women, unfortunately, are dating a bunch of idiots, because they don't understand what sacrifice is. They don't understand, you know, but you cannot be a leader without also understanding that I must sacrifice, because when I'm responsible for people, right, I got to do whatever it takes to keep those people safe. Your wife, your children, your dog, your cat, even your parents, all these people, you are responsible for these people. Unfortunately, today, we have a lot of young men who want anything but responsibilities because they're selfish, right? Because many also are not intelligent, because many are also incredibly afraid, okay? So here we are. But I'm like, so it depends, right? But you can meet somebody in 6 months and then you can find great things. Sometimes, or it might take longer, but I'm not going to say, oh yeah, I don't think it's impossible, but certain things have to be met. But you definitely have to know his character. You definitely have to know his culture. You definitely have to know his parents. And you definitely have to understand, what's this man's vision for himself? What vision does he have for himself? You understand? As the Bible says, where there is no vision, the people do what? The people perish, right? So you don't want to be a wife to someone. You say yes, 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 yes. Then he gets you pregnant, and then he does a whole 360 on you. You're like, who the freak is this man? And now here you are with a child. Now you're too embarrassed to leave, because how can you leave? You just got married. All this money was spent. All these pictures all around social media. And he's going to hold you because he knows, because of the shame. What are people going to say? He knows you're going to stay. And then go pop, 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 pop on top of your head. So it's better to do your due diligence before you marry and somebody gets you pregnant. Because that's my biggest fear, that you're showing me someone that you're not. And then once I get pregnant and I have the baby, then you change on me. And now you know that I'm stuck here, whatever. Like, no, that part I cannot. That part scares me. You understand? That part scares me, you know? But it's like we really, really have to talk about character, because somebody could be a trust fund baby. So he has a lot of money because he's a trust fund baby, but he's a whole idiot. He's going to burn through that money like an idiot. Okay? He has drug problems. Like it's a lot. But you want a man that has amazing character. Like when he tells you yes, it's yes. When he says no, it's no. Because that way, when he takes you before your family, before God, the pastor, and he says, that's my wife right there, we can trust that what he said he's going to do, he's going to do it. And me, I respect people that keep their word. If you can't do it, say, Marlene, I cannot do it. If you are going to do it, do it. If something happens, let me know. Hey, Marlene, I told you I was going to do it, but I can't. But I promise you, I got you. Just not today. No problem. Things happen, right? But you want somebody who honors his word. Let his yes be yes and let his no be no. We don't want confusion, you know, because it's hard to be a mom and have children and have a broken marriage, or, you know, or to be divorced. It's a lot, because, you know, raising a child by herself, it's not anything that you wish for any woman. So we cannot allow ourselves to be bamboozled by the fairy tale and the Prince Charming. Don't be a Prince Charming. Be an actual leader. Prince Charming, he comes in and he saves the day. Okay, but what after that? What after that? Okay, we don't need a grand opening and a horrible closing. We need consistency, right? And consistency sometimes is boring to some people, but I feel like for me, consistency, it gives me reassurance, right? Because with the fairy tale, we never see like they walk up into the sunset, but what happens once they settled? What happened when she got pregnant? Her nose got fat and her ankles got big. What happened when the baby was born? How many diapers did he change? Did he even pay for formula? Okay, did he even have health insurance? Girl, it's a lot of questions. So we're not children. So that's why I think it's quite alarming when I see grown women talk about, oh, the fairy tale, my Prince Charming. You don't need a Prince Charming. You need a leader, a real leader, a man who's not afraid to fight for his family, fight for all of y'all, that you will always be taken care of, that you will always be provided for. That's the kind of man we want to marry, a real leader, not a coward. You know, some men out here, they get mad. They go to their mama's house. This is too much. This is overwhelming. We can't do this. This is a lot. Hold on. Let me see.
My husband wasn't home at the time when she told me. But I knew he would be coming home soon, so all I could do was just say, don't tell him that you told me. And I just instantly started trying to think of how I could get my kids out of the house. Because I knew if I confronted him or asked him about it, that he would just lie. And that he would probably just continue to keep doing stuff to her, but just become more covert or more sneaky or whatever. As soon as my husband got home, he was actually picking up the boys from school, my 2 older boys from school. As soon as he got home, I told him that I was gonna go Halloween shopping with my sister because I just needed an excuse to get out of the house with all the kids. And I knew if I said something like, oh, I'm going to the grocery store, that it would be suspicious. Like, why am I bringing all the kids and like packing things, like things that we would need and things like that. So going Halloween shopping was the best thing I could think of to just hurry up and get the kids out of the house. I'm sorry, I had to get myself together. So when I got to the hospital, they basically told me that we had to go to another hospital because they didn't do physical exams, like that kind of physical exam there. So the police officer escorted the kids and I to another hospital where they were able to evaluate my daughters. It ended up coming out that he had actually been touching both of my daughters, who are only 2 and 4 years old. It still feels like a dream. Like, when this first happened, I just kept waking up every day and just hoping that this was a dream. Because it's literally my worst nightmare. It's my worst nightmare. I myself am a product of RAPE. That's how I came to be. And was also, abused as a child by a neighbor's husband. And I specifically prayed to God that my children would never, ever, ever have to go through this.
Okay, I have a few things. I'm gonna repeat what I said yesterday. She said she prayed to God so that it wouldn't happen to her kids, but it happened to her kids. So it's kind of giving like she wants to blame God, but no. If you pray for a thing, you also have to have the behavior that matches what you pray for. You can't say, I'm praying to God that my children will never be abused, but then you move in with someone you barely know with your babies. Like, girl, make it make sense, okay? You've had your children live with several different men because you were not financially stable, right? So if I say, God, keep me safe, I also have to walk to keep myself safe. You can't pray to God to keep you safe, but then you engage in reckless behavior. That's not going to work, okay? God is not a genie, okay? That's number one. Number two, well, she said something else. Oh my gosh. What did she say? I forgot what I was going to say. I forgot what I was going to say. But yeah, it's all sad. But my thing is, if you pray for God to do a thing or to protect you from a thing, you also have to be mindful how you conduct yourself in this life. This is not a curse. This is not what you call generational curse. Nobody is cursed. Her children are not cursed. She's just reckless. Her kids are not cursed. She is reckless. If she had done everything in her power to keep her children safe and then it happened, then you can say, oh, there's a generational curse. No. Okay? There is no curse. She's a reckless young woman. Yes, he did. And we hope, some people were saying, I even asked that yesterday, like, we hope he didn't do it to her boys. But yeah, but that's not what you call a generational curse. Nobody is cursed, right? you have to be mindful. You cannot move your babies with a thug. You cannot then, okay, then I'm no longer with this man. Let me move with this other man. Like, you can't live like a homosexual with children, especially kids under the age of 5. She's irresponsible. Exactly. Like, you also got, like, your behavior got to match what you pray for, right? She called the man and she said, oh, is it okay if I move in with you, even if it's only for 3 weeks? Girl, you have underage kids. And I think at that time, her oldest child was like 5 or 6, right? So if something was done to the baby, even he could tell you, he's 6 years old. What can he say? What can he say? So this young woman is reckless. Her recklessness caused her biggest fear to happen. If you are extremely careful, you're not engaging in foolishness, and then if this does happen, we get to, okay, like maybe there is a curse there, but I'm like, she's not cursed. Her kids are not cursed. Nobody is cursed. This young woman is just not diligent. She's not vigilant, right? When you have underage kids, honestly, you should not even bring anybody around your children, because anybody could be crazy. You should also say, oh, he's so nice. He loves kids. Maybe he actually loves kids. You don't know this man. You don't know what he's capable of. You don't even meet his family. You don't know his family. You've met nobody around this man, and you move your children in the house with this man. How do you know he's not the type to get up at night and do something to your kids? But she didn't care. So this is why we are in this predicament, but it's not a curse. It's just her being an idiot. Okay? I'm like, that's crazy. Because you got to be very careful. I said it yesterday too. I'm like, in these situations, like if you're a woman and you don't want to raise your kids because you want to live your best life, simply send the kids back to their dad. Have the children live with their father. And then you go do whatever you want to do. I don't think it's a curse. I don't think that's not what a curse is. That's just being an idiot. If you're not careful and you get into a car accident, that's not a curse. Like, it's just you're just being reckless. And recklessness has consequences, but it's not a curse. Right? I don't think that's not a curse. I don't think she's cursed. I don't think she's cursed, but she just makes poor choices. No, that's not what a curse is. That's not what a curse is. That's not what a curse is. And if that's the case, then we're all cursed, because we all have inherently lack of knowledge. But lacking knowledge and then putting yourself in reckless situations, that is not congruent, right? I can lack knowledge, but I can still keep myself safe, because nobody knows everything. Right? I lack knowledge about drugs. I could research, but I choose not to touch them, so I'm not going to touch them. Right? But you can lack knowledge and still keep yourself safe. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, does that make sense? I can lack knowledge here. I don't know. I don't think it's a curse. I don't believe in that kind of stuff. I just think people are just reckless. People put themselves in dangerous situations because a lot of people lack self-awareness. No, it's not a curse. That's not what a curse is. Because are you saying, because I'm like, when you're under a curse, when you are under a curse means that there is no way for you to escape this. Like, it's just bound to happen, right? When you are cursed, yeah, her mom was great, right? But my point is, when you talk about a curse, we're saying that if a person is cursed, there is no way for that person to escape the outcome. Like, it's going to happen whether you try, you don't try. It's going to happen either way. There's nothing you can do. I don't think that's the case over here. That is not the case, right? Her pregnancy at 17 could have been prevented had her mom put her on birth control, right? I'm sure she showed sign that she was sexually active. Her mom could have put her on birth control. When the neighbor is touching her, where are her parents? Why they're not watching this kid, right? Her dating, pursuing men with money. You know what I'm saying? It's like, no, a lot of the things that she did could have been avoided. But she's not the rapist. So what's sin of her father? She's not the rapist. She didn't grape anybody. Right? She's not the rapist. You can say her husband, he could be cursed. He's probably living under some curse, right? Yeah, but that's not, because when you say somebody is cursed, it means like there's nothing they can do. It's going to happen. There's no prayer. There's nothing that can save it. It's going to happen, right? But I'm like, to me, she is not cursed. These people, no, this is just making bad decisions because people lack self-awareness. Just because you don't have self-awareness does not mean that you are cursed. She is not cursed. She's not cursed. There's no curse over her life. She is not cursed, right? She's not cursed. But the problem is her mama made poor decision. She makes poor decision. And nobody says, listen, I got to have situational awareness. I got to have self-awareness. I got to be very careful. Stay away from people you don't know. But her pursuing a man just for money, that's her own doing. She had a choice. You understand? She had a choice. But people just don't want to have self-awareness. You got to have self-awareness, right? You have the power to say, okay, my mama, look at my mom's life. Look at her education. Okay, I'm going to be smarter than her. I'm going to get more education, right? My mom was poor. I don't want to be poor. You can look at your parents and say, you know what? I want better for myself. And you will have better for yourself, right? You have some people, their parents were extremely poor. Their parents were extremely illiterate. Then you have other, and then nothing happened to those people. Why? They had a better life because they were intentional. They had self-awareness. Then you have other people who have a set of limiting beliefs. So, okay, well, my mom was poor, my grandma was poor, my daddy was poor. So, well, I guess I'm going to be poor too. No, right? I don't know. If you say, to me, my thing is, if you say something is a curse, it means that there's nothing this person can do. It is going to happen because she's cursed, right? But I'm like, this young lady here, to me, she is not cursed. She lacks self-awareness. And when you don't practice self-awareness, all you do, you keep repeating the same mistake. Yes, that's exactly what it means. You want her to be cursed because then it's so easy. Right? Because if we say, oh, no, she's just cursed, then it takes away accountability from her. No, we're not doing that. Right? Because it's like, I'm cursed. Yeah, then that's a cop-out. That's just an easy cop-out. No, these were choices that she made. They were poor choices that she made. Given her background, she should have made better choices. She chose not to make better choices because she wanted to start a brand. She wanted to have a brand where she can talk about, oh my gosh, look at me, I'm married. That mattered more to her. She wanted to be a trophy wife by any means necessary. I think, right? I think if we can say a thing is that being a product of grape, I don't know if her mom was affectionate towards her. I don't know. She didn't tell us that. So maybe her mom was, or maybe her mom was not affectionate towards her. Maybe she felt like her mom did not love her because her mom had to keep the pregnancy, given that her mom was assaulted, right? But I think this young lady here, I think growing up, she probably did not feel love. And she also felt like she was not good enough because what she's chasing is validation. You know, she said she intentionally got pregnant at 17 by her boyfriend. So most likely she wanted to feel love. There's something she's been missing from her mom. And also maybe not knowing your dad or even having the knowledge that your father is a rapist. That also does something to you. But I feel like this young woman here was seeking validation. She wanted somebody to make her feel like she was worthy. And this is also why I think many ladies who follow Shera are so obsessed with money. Because when you people want these, y'all want to be, no, you curse the curse. People are not cursed. We're not cursed. People are responsible for their choices. Even now, making a choice is a choice. But the thing is, when you chase money, you are telling yourself that once you have money, you're somebody, right? Which is why I think a lot of the ladies who follow Shera are so obsessed with money like that, because they think money makes a person. So right now, if I don't have money, I'm a nobody. If I don't have money, I don't matter. If I don't have money, I'm disposable. I don't have money. But if I have money, then I will be somebody. If I have money, I will have respect. If I have money, I will have power. So I think a lot of these young ladies are people who are truly lacking in validation. And they think money makes you, like money makes you whole. Money makes you valuable. Money makes you worthy. So in their heads, if I'm desired or if I'm wifed up by a rich man, it makes me valuable, because along the way, this young lady right here has been made to feel like she was less than. And that's what she's struggling with. I think to me, that's a better way of describing it than to say, oh, She's cursed. It's a generational curse. She is not cursed. She's not cursed. Unfortunately, I don't even know how her mom was, how her mom raised her. But I'm like, nobody took the time to raise this young lady accordingly and to encourage her to believe in herself, stick to school, stick to your studies, do the right thing, right? When you don't supervise a child, bad things are bound to happen. Bad things are bound to happen. But to say, oh, you're cursed or it's a generational curse, to me, honestly, it's a cop-out. She is not cursed. There you go. She made a video within 3 days. She has how many millions of views? She could have made a video. It would have been completely ignored. She will probably end this month with like a whole $50,000 or maybe even make more. But obviously, God loves her. So I'm like, how is she cursed? She is not cursed. She just needs to make better choices and she'll have a better outcome. And if her daughters also make better choices, if her daughters have therapy, they make better choices, they stick to school, do the right thing, they will not have it will stop. Why? Because people got to make better choices.
And I'm just not quite sure how this happened.
It is not a curse. You keep saying that. It is not a curse. Like it's not a curse. Yeah, of course. She gonna get more. It's not a curse. People just make bad choices. They're not cursed. They just make bad choices. Everything you see right here could have been avoided, but people don't want to practice self-awareness. Like, she is not cursed. Yeah, but at least she got compensation for it, you know? At least she got some compensation for it. She got some compensation. She could have been suffering in silence and being in a homeless shelter with her babies. She has 5 kids. And now she's going to be divorced, going to have to go to court, testify against her husband. So I do feel like by her video doing well and she's going to make some money, I do feel like God is giving her grease for her elbows so she can take care of her children, right? But I'm not a believer of all this, oh, you're cursed, you're cursed, you're cursed. No. People make poor choices. People make poor choices. People don't have self-awareness. Like, you know what? I can do better. I can have better. I just have to make better choices because a lot of people are not intentional. A lot of people are not intentional. It is a cop-out. It really is. It really is. It's an excuse for stuff. And I don't believe in excuses. You can make better choices. There is nothing that ISIS did that could not have been avoided. Everything could have been avoided, but she chose to ignore the red flag. This is not a curse. It's making poor choices. She made poor choices. So moving forward, hopefully she makes better choices. But if she continues to make poor choices, she's going to continue to have bad outcomes. You just got to make good choices.
Why this happened. I just don't know how he was able to get away with it and so sneaky, because with my own trauma, I watch my kids like a hawk. Like, I don't like them sitting on people's laps. None of that. And he knows how much I cannot stand men like him. And to think like I couldn't even go to sleep in my own house and know that my children are safe. Just by me going to sleep, my children were left unprotected. So I don't know what the future of this channel is going to be. I don't know if I'm going to change the name or what. Yeah.
Okay, so that's her. Now let me show you this video. Come over here to the godmother channel. So here's her godmother. So here's what she had to say.
Were they about to get kicked out the country or something? I don't see no reason to marry somebody after only knowing somebody a week. That's not smart. Okay.
Where did it start? Let me see where it started. Hold on, you guys. Let me see.
Shera, how do you make him come to you? and bring money and gifts and take you out where you are.
You see, here we go. This lady.
Okay.
This lady is crazy.
Kids don't worry about that stuff. They do what they do.
Yeah, very cold. Very cold.
What if they contact you when you're with another one? Don't have them on an automatic text, ma'am. Have an automatic text personalized especially for them. If you got an iPhone, I think that you can like type in your own automatic text, so when someone texts you or calls, it texts back automatically with a personalized message. And then excuse yourself to the bathroom or wherever you are, and tell them about Aunt Ethel, your fake Aunt Ethel. You're in the hospital with fake Aunt Ethel, ma'am. Sprinkle, sprinkle, or whatever lie you come up with. Okay. You said men don't worry either. They sure don't. So I'm not here to argue about this, and that. If I don't live by it, then I don't live by it. There's a lot of people that create the life that they want. They don't live by certain man-made rules. Okay. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Thoughts on providers who have cheated. You want to be smarter with this and not drop to their level. Okay. You don't have to drop to their level if you are compensated. If you don't feel like you need to cheat back, but you need to be compensated back, well, then go with that. Okay. Either way. Don't be the loser in the situation. That's the whole point. Thank you, Shaylin. A wealthy man wants to fly you out to, fly me out to him. He wants to spoil me and take care of me. What wants to date should I go? Only if your name is Pick Misha. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay, ma'am. If you love yourself and you value yourself, tell him to come to you and bring money and gifts and take you out where you are. See how much he likes you more. If you like him more, then go ahead and fly out, man. But if he likes you more, he's going to come to you. If you're already going that way, if you're going to be in his city or whatever, tell him you'll see him when you see him, when you get there at a later date, at another time. If you pass through his town or whatever, great. But don't go there because he invited you. Make him come to you. What are you doing? Don't be the golden retriever, be the black cat. All right. You said, how do you buy the Barbie mug? You go to Walmart, ma'am. That's where I got that from. I bought that Barbie mug at Walmart. They probably sell it on Amazon too. Okay. Do I cook? I went to school for culinary arts years ago. So I know how to cook gourmet meals, but do I cook on a daily basis? It just depends, but I usually order DoorDash. I rarely cook because I do other stuff, and I don't like the pressure of having to go to the grocery store, figure out what everybody want to eat. Everybody like different stuff. We eat different things. So no, I really don't cook on a regular basis. We all have different diets in my house, most of us. So I'm not cooking 18 different meals. I'm not cooking 5 different meals. I'm not doing that. Order DoorDash, get what you want. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Also, my daughters are old enough to know how to cook whatever they want. What if he wants to see you a lot, like every 2 days? Is that bad? As long as he got some money for you every 2 days, ma'am. Sprinkle, sprinkle. He got some money for you every 2 days. He's put money in your bank account every 2 days. Like, what are you getting out of the situation? You said somebody got married after 1 week. Did they need a green card, ma'am? Were they about to get kicked out the country or something? I don't see no reason to marry somebody after only knowing somebody a week. That's not smart. Okay. Shera, how do you make him pay for university studies? Ask him. If he likes you a lot, he'll offer. If anybody marries somebody after 1 week, they dumb. I'm sorry. Sprinkle, sprinkle. If you dumb enough to do that, I'm sorry for you. I can't deal with dumb people. I mean, smart people, they know better. Dumb people, desperate people will do anything. Get money, be smart, have options. That's what I always tell people. If you dumb, I can't help you. There ain't no way anybody can help you if you stupid.
When I saw this part today, I just couldn't believe it. I'm like, this is crazy. And I hope a lot of young ladies realize, right? You look up to these people, you look up to these influencers, you have, how do you say, parasocial, paranormal, whatever, parasocial relationship with these people, right? Just know, when something bad happens to you, they won't give a flying F. You understand? I'm like, this is crazy to me, Shera, because we look at the girl, we look at you, it's like, yeah, it's giving like she's your mini-me. Okay, we look at your husband, look at her husband. It's like, okay, you're like her blueprint, right? Even if she poorly applied your quote unquote advice, whatever, you should still show some kind of empathy. Calling her all kinds of dumb, or she's just dumb, or she's dumb, or she's just this. I'm like, girl, you are a sociopath. Like, you're crazy, right? The young lady did look up to you. No, she's evil. Like, I'm like, the young lady did look up to you. Like, you're calling her dumb for what? Like, you're smart. Like, you think what you're doing here is smart. Like, if you were actually intelligent, is this the content of a lady who's actually intelligent? You're also not bright, Miss Ma'am. Okay, like, make it make sense. Make it make sense. You tell a girl if a man wants to see her, you got to pay money. No, she doesn't want to co-sign it because she wants to still sell classes. So it's like, well, I can't take this L because then it shows that it's perilous to take my advice. And it is perilous to take her advice, right? Earlier, somebody said, oh, you only watch her in clips. We watch her for a few minutes, right? Everything is transactional with this lady. Everything is transactional. So it's not like you're looking for a husband. And if you are, you're looking for a sugar daddy. This lady here is a madame. Like, she's an online madame. She's not sitting here telling young women how to get a wealthy husband. No, it's just tricky. Because even if you want to marry somebody, like, even if he has money, does he have to give you money every single day? Or if you're a beggar, like you're a digital panhandler? Like, what is going on? That is so tacky. I don't know. Her advice to me is just so tacky. So if a man wants to see you, he has to give you money every single day. Where does that happen? Even Beyonce works. Make it make sense. Even Beyonce works. Beyonce has a job. Even Rihanna works. Right? Like, is A$AP Rocky giving Rihanna money? Child, please. Rihanna is the money. Like, make it make sense. Okay? That makes no sense to me. Like, this is crazy. Like, we even see, like, there are women out there that are way wealthier than us, way more successful than us, right? We're supposed to sit here and believe that they charge. Sorry, you guys. If you don't know, I have a baby. So, what's up, girl? You okay? Are you okay? Okay. But I'm like, people can't just pay you for it. Like, a man is not going to pay you every time he wants to see you. That's just not real. That's just not realistic. Exactly. So he can't pay Rihanna. Like, that's not even realistic. Every time a man like, if you really want to be with someone, like, to get to know him, he has to pay you. It's giving escort. This is not possible. Right? It's not even realistic unless a person is an escort. Like, then it makes sense. Oh, if you want to see me, you have to pay me. Yes, because she's an escort. But if we're talking about, like, oh, you're looking for an actual husband, you have to get to know the person. He's going to give you money every time he wants to get to know you. Like, that's just crazy. You know what I mean? I think people take what she says too literally. She loves her husband and been married for years. She comes up harsh. But I think her overall message is that make sure a man invest in you and pursue you. That's not her message, Nikki. Her message is prostitution. That's not her message. And she says it with a stern face. He wants to see you. He has to pay. That's not investing in you. You're an escort. That's not investment. Right? That's escort. Like we know escort calls when we hear it. Like she gives instruction how to be an escort. There are plenty of women who are well married and their husband invested in them, but he wasn't paying every time he saw her. He wasn't giving her money every time he saw her. He wasn't buying gifts every time he saw her. Like, no. Well, no. And my thing is also, if he's a man who knows how to be a man, if he's chivalrous, right, he will know what to do. You won't even have to ask for money. So the mere fact that you even need to ask for money, you're an escort. That's like, come on now, like you're an escort. If a man who's wealthy, who comes from a great family, who was raised right, he knows what to do. You won't have to say. That's the whole point. But if you have to ask for the money every time he calls you, then you are an escort. You got to call a thing, right? You are an escort. You're an escort. Like, come on. Like, it's not even practical. It's not even practical. Even wealthy people, even wealthy women, like they work, like their husband not sitting here and giving them money every time. Oh, wife, do you want this? Wife, do you want that? That's not even practical, right? It's not even practical. You look at, what's that girl's name? What's her name? Angela Rye. Angela Rye is dating, what's that man's name? Jalen Rose. Jalen Rose is worth, like, he's worth what? What is he worth again? Like $60 million, right? For her podcast, she had to go borrow money from Leonard, from Charlemagne. So it's like even rich people don't even live like this. It's not real. This stuff is ridiculous. And that's why most people who listen to her are not going to get any results. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, if you're dating someone that needs to be told to be mindful, to buy you gifts, to buy you that, like, obviously he's not the one for you. Why do you have to tell him basic stuff? When you love somebody, you know what to do. If at his big age, he does not know how to court a woman, that you got to ask for money every 3 seconds, yeah, at this point, it's prostitution. It's prostitution. He never saw his daddy buy his mom nice things. Like, he don't know what to do as a man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, no, it's not realistic. Who's going to buy you stuff every single day they see you? Who? That is not realistic. I would love to see, where are these relationships? I would love to see this relationship where a man buys a woman he buys her something every single day, every time he sees her, like, please, like, that is crazy. That's insanity. Every time he sees her, he gives her money every single time. That's not how life goes. That's not real life. And when most people are going to marry regular people, that is not real life. Yeah, that is not real life. Every time he sees you, he has to give you money. That's not real. Like, that's not real. I had never seen this. I really have not. But I'm like, if he's the right one, if he was raised right, and if he knows right, he should know what to do. But every day is not going to be a major event. Like, every day is not going to be your birthday. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's crazy. That is not real. And that's how you know she's selling bullshit to these girls. Like, it's not practical. Like, at least make your stuff believable. But what man, every time he meets you, he gives you money. Who is this man? No, you don't have to be Barbara the Builder. We're not saying that. We don't have to go to extremes. I don't believe in extremes. Nobody has to be Barbara the Builder, right? But a woman who wants to be a wife, she's going to build a life with her husband. She has to build something. She's not a princess. No wife is a princess. Like, he might, I love my wife, whatever, but it's like she's going to have to build something, whether it's raise the kids, whether it's their education, like, or turning she's going to have to do something. No wife sits there and does nothing at all. Even Princess Diana, she had to volunteer, help the poor. Like, you have to do something. Wives do something. Even Marjorie Harvey. I think Marjorie Harvey is obsessed with money. But even Marjorie, like, she helped Steve Harvey too. Like, she helped him. She changed his image. She fixed his clothes. She gives him advice. Like, she does things. Now, is it worth all of that? I'm sure to Steve it is, right? But Marjorie Harvey, she helped him a lot. When Steve was not with her, his life It was at one point. When he met Marjorie Harvey, his life went somewhere else. Steve used to wear them goofy ass suits when he was on the Apollo. He met Marjorie, he changed his style, he changed the way of talking. He got better, he improved. And I said, like, wow, he has a wife. And you can tell that this wife is different than the other wives. So a wife does build something. You will build something. Not where it's like, oh, he brings nothing, he has no money, and then he wants you to sit here and just suffer because you're not really his type, but he's a homosexual. Of course, I will never advise that. But at the same time, also, let's not be ridiculous. We can't tell these young ladies, oh yeah, every day he has to have a gift for you. That is not practical. And if he does, he's probably a scammer. Because where does he get all this money from? Like, what the heck? Like, this is crazy, right? You know what I mean? But I'm like you got to give people like reasonable advice. A wife will have to build something. You have to build a life. You have to build your legacy. Like, you have things that you have to build, right? But I'm like, you look at Marjorie Harvey, like, you know, she changed Steve Harvey. You can see Steve Harvey before, and then you can see him after Marjorie. It's like, okay, I can see the difference. And he started making more money when she came into his life because she gives him good advice and he gives her credit. You know? Oh, wow. He said, oh, you know what I'm saying? But I'm like, I'm like, give these young ladies practical advice. But I'm like, if he's the one, he should know how to treat you, though. You shouldn't have to open your mouth like, oh, can you buy me this? Oh, can you give me some money? So he sees you struggling. Like, let's say you're struggling. He doesn't want to help you naturally. You got to actually open your mouth and ask him. Like, that's crazy to me. That's just crazy. So if you always have to open your mouth and ask him for money, girl, he's just not that into you. He's not that into you. Well, that's also that part I do agree. That part I do agree. Scripture said, God said, I'm tired of my daughters looking up to men with money instead of turning to me. God will humble you. That part I do agree with Scripture. I agree with you with that. The Bible says, in all your ways, acknowledge God. That's true. You're right. God first, you know? But I'm saying like, exactly. But what I'm saying is like, if a man loves you, you won't even have to open your mouth because all that is part of loving you. But if you have to ask him, that he's really not that into you. He's not that into you. Because I really don't see a man who loves you watching you suffer and he's not trying to help you. Like, I think that's very bizarre. Yeah, I really don't see. You know, I really don't see a man says he loves you, but you're struggling. He can't help you. He knows that you don't have the money for the final semester of school. He don't want to pay for you. Like, he just looking at you like, I don't know how you going to do it. I don't know how you going to pay for it. Like, girl, what? That's crazy. Right? So he doesn't love you. If he's not like, if a man is not willingly sharing his money with you, then he does not love you. So why are you wasting your time? Why do you even have to open your mouth to ask for that? You know what I mean? If he can't remember that day it's your birthday or something like you had a big deal, like, or you grabbed, I don't know, it's like something big happened in your life and he can't even be bothered to remember, you got to remind him and ask him for money. He's not that into you. You're just not the one for him. He wants somebody else. It reminds me of that girl. Like, what's that girl's name? The one that dated that boy, the black girl, dated the football player, the one that's dating. What's that girl's name? What is her name? Taylor Swift, right? What's that boy's name? Her boyfriend dating that girl, Kayla Nicole, right? Kayla Nicole. But I'm like, the way she would talk about him in finances, I'm like, well, obviously he's not that into you, right? But if a man is not like, you know, if he doesn't, I don't know, if he doesn't lead with generosity, if he's not excited to help you, if he's not excited to be your provider and you have to open your mouth to ask for money, then he's really not that into you. As the Bible says, where your heart is, there's also your treasure. Exactly. So if you have to always ask for money, he tells you, oh, come see me, but you got to pay for your own way. He's not that into you. So why are we asking for, I mean, you got to respect yourself. Exactly. Like we saw Jerome from Risa Tisa. Okay. Like he makes $20 an hour, but look how much money he spent on her. So I'm like, if you have to open your mouth to ask, girl, he's not that into you. So don't even waste your time. Move on. That's why I'm saying this lady, she gives goofy ass advice. She gives goofy advice. Because when some even your best friend, like even as girls, if you have a female friend, if you have a female like a sister or a girlfriend, whatever, if she's going through it, you're like, girl, here, pay me back whenever you have it. It's not a big deal because people who love you don't want to see you struggle. Right? Honestly, I've never even asked for super chats, right? But y'all feel like giving it to me. I didn't ask you, right? Because, oh, I love Marlene. I love what she's doing. So if random people can give me money without even knowing me, right? I've gotten super chats from people I don't even know, right? Like, I don't know this person, but I'm like, if a person that never watched my live just gave me money out of nowhere, it's like, okay, that's a random person. So a man that you're talking to, that you're dating, you got to open your mouth to ask him. Like, it doesn't come naturally to him. Girl, he doesn't like you. Girl, he has multiple girlfriends. Girl, he just wants sex with you. He's not serious. He is not serious. And does he really have money? He's broke. Carry on. Okay. He invested enough money in his clothes, his shoes to impress you. He don't have it. He is broke. He doesn't have it. I really believe that. You don't even truly have to ask anybody for anything. If they love you, they're going to step up and do it. I was like, man. Because, like, you know what I'm saying? But I'm like, if you have to open your mouth to ask this person, he's not that into you. He really is not. I promise you this, right? That's why I was like, Kayla and Travis. I'm like, Kayla, that boy was not into you. He was figuring himself out. Now, I'm sure when it comes to that girl, what's her name? Taylor Swift, though. He probably does all kinds of crazy things, like we'll max out his max, whatever, because he really likes her and he wants to impress her. But you, Kayla, he was not into impressing you because, you know what I mean? She's all right, but he didn't see it for you. He didn't see a future for the both of y'all. And it's okay. The quicker you realize that, the better. Like, you know, I feel like I need to have a whole series where I go through all her videos and be like, girl, you make no sense. Like, Shera gives bad advice to people. She gives bad advice to people. If a man really loves you, if he's really into you, he's not going to be able to stand to see you suffer. He's going to find a way for you. You know what I'm saying? If somebody says, oh, come see me, but they don't care how you get there. Well, obviously it's a booty call. That's why he doesn't care how you get there. So don't bother. You know what I'm saying? I even saw a bit. Let me show you this real quickly. I didn't intend on doing this, but I guess there was a thing about April Jones. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Because I saw it on Fumi's page. Let me see if I can find it quickly. So much foolishness on this page. Mm-hmm. They have so many posts on the Shade Room. It's crazy. Let me see. Let me get this. Okay.
Men in the world. They want to be catered to. They I can't even. When I hear it out loud, it just sounds. They want to be catered to. Yeah. They give you bare minimum. They don't want to spend money. Men will come with the bill will come to the table, and the men don't grab the bill. Women are grabbing the bill first. The women are grabbing the bill first. And we are paying for the bill.
Somebody said, how about he come to you? But that wouldn't even.
That's fine. Come to me. But don't ask, like, don't say you're not going to fly me, but come to New York. Okay, you're going to send for me?
Yeah, because he could have easily just been like, I want to see you. I will come to you.
What is happening with the men?
I don't know.
I'm sorry. I think that I just am like really actually old school in the sense that, like, look, I do believe as women, we are working these days. There's not a lot of at-home mothers and, you know, whatever, cool. But at the same time, my G, like, come with it or go home. What are we doing? Like, what value are you adding into the life of a woman who is supposed to be catering to the home. Like you want the woman to cater to the house and make sure that she builds a home for you and to make it comfortable and to cook and to do all this. I believe in that. But like at what point, if men ain't even flying, you are courting you, bruh. You want me to cook? You want me to clean?
Right.
You want all these things.
Still
What?
expecting those things.
No. What's going on?
But then adding on. So it's like adding on.
I mean, and listen, someone said what's happening with the woman too. I don't know that because I don't date women's.
Okay, so that was the video that I saw. But I was like, April, obviously he wants a booty call. Because you're not wife material. He looks at you as a booty call. I was really surprised because I'm like, April, the stuff you've done on the internet, I mean, I don't think they're trash though. I think it depends who they're talking to. But I think when it comes to April has done a lot of foolishness on the internet. So maybe she forgot, but I'm like, other people have not forgotten. Right? You were with Omarion, then you started dating his best friend or whatever. It was hella messy. Right? And I'm like, what happened to Tay Diggs? Where did he go? Right? But I'm like, ultimately, when you do certain things and you do them publicly, you have to realize that you're just going to just attract bad energy from then on. But if somebody invites you and does not want to pay, then obviously it's a booty call. It's a booty call. He doesn't see it like that for you. So you can be mad about it. You can be upset about it if you want to, but it's like, okay, understand. Like if people keep asking you to come and nobody wants to pay, obviously they see you a certain way. So you might want to fix that. Hey, Secret. Okay. Yeah, you might want to fix that because your brand is not good. But I don't believe that if a woman has a great brand, that a man is going to try her gangster like that. I really don't believe that. I think a lot of ladies need to be mindful of how they carry themselves, right? How do you carry yourself? What does your Instagram look like? What does your social media presence, your social media footprint, what does it look like? Right? But if you act a fool, they're going to treat you accordingly. If you position yourself as another pair of ass, you're going to be treated accordingly, right? Exactly. Like, it's so bizarre. Like, where is he? Like, why is somebody else trying to fly you out? You understand? But I'm like, I think a lot of ladies need to be very mindful about their brand. What is your brand? What does your social media say about you? Right? If you're all these things half naked, behind up in the air, people are going to see you as an easy piece of ass. You also got to look at your brand, right? Does it give Louis Vuitton or does it give Marshalls? You decide. It's up to you, right? But you cannot present yourself a certain way and be surprised that you're catching foolishness. You're responsible. Exactly. Like, it was so messy. So I'm like, people are not going to take you seriously. April was doing a lot of foolishness. April was extremely pretty, but she came out here and she ruined her brand. At one point, she was like with 50 cents or something like that. I forgot. Like, she just does weird things. You do weird things. So after a while, people are going to put you in this weird box, which is okay. She's pretty, but she's just good for sex. But like, if somebody, like for someone like Tamira Mowry, for example, right? I don't think any man who steps up to Tamira will have the audacity to treat her as a booty call, because there's nothing about Tamira that gives booty call. Nothing. Not wishing divorce on her, knock on wood, right? But if Tamira was to divorce Adam, I'm sure she'll find another husband, because there's nothing about Tamira that says booty call. Her brand says home, family, children, right? So people are going to treat her accordingly, right? But you can't have an awful brand and think that somehow you're going to attract a serious man. No, you attract what you put out in the ether. So if you want serious dudes, you also got to be a serious young lady. That's that. Because I'm like, a lot of ladies also do not want to grow up. I want to do childish things, but I want to attract a grown man. No. Sometimes you got to cut off all these goofy friends you hang with. That's one. Sometimes you have to change how you dress completely. Then you got to change how you talk. Then you got to start reading more books. Get into like podcasts that make you think. Sometimes you also have to go to the gym. Men will not try you. That is a lie, Nicole. That is a lie. People respect. People respect consequences. Nobody's going to try anybody. Like, the people go out there and try Lori Harvey. They do not, because they know they don't have the money. Like, they don't have the money. You don't see random men. They could wish. McMill can wish, but she's never going to talk to him. Right? No. Nobody. If you carry yourself a certain way, no, I'm not kidding. If you carry yourself a certain way, no one is going to try your gangster. Now, somebody, now I've been married for a long time. Somebody might slide to your DM and act a fool. They look like this, and you keep moving. You don't have to entertain it, right? But if you're out here, no, if you're out here and everybody that comes to you is just ratchet and ratchet and ratchet and ratchet and ratchet, I think after a while you also got to look at yourself. What is it about me? Yeah, but you can say no, and then we're done. Apply consequences, and you let people know I'm not the one. Eventually, they'll leave you alone. But it's not possible that a young woman who looks a certain way, carries herself a certain way, talks a certain way, is constantly attracting the same type over and over. Nicole, there's a problem. I'm so sorry. There's a problem. How is that even possible? And my thing is, I'm so sorry, but a young lady also who wants to be with men of a certain caliber, she's not hanging out in certain places. You want to be married or you want a man that's responsible, you cannot be hanging out at the hookah bar. Why are you at the hookah bar? Why are you at the hookah bar? Okay, there's like even like a young lady that wants to hang around. She wants to meet somebody successful. She's going to hang around in certain places. And in those places, people don't even talk loud. They whisper. Like 5-star restaurant. Nobody's loud. Like, people whisper. But if all you do is go to buffet, go to foolishness, then you will attract foolishness. Like, I'm so sorry. There are places out here, people don't even talk loud. Okay? You want to meet serious people, start going to the museum. Start going to art exhibit. There's no loudness there. There's no foolishness there. Where are you that you're meeting these idiots? So we all got to take accountability. Why are these idiots comfortable coming up to you? There is something going on. It's like if you see a bunch of flies around you, maybe you poop on your pants. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, something is going on. But if there is a recurring pattern of attracting a bunch of jokester, a bunch of idiots, men who don't want to pay for nothing, there is a problem with the brand. There has to be a problem. Like, that's not possible. It is not possible. Like, if you choose to hang around certain parts of the city where people act a fool, well, guess what? You have to also, the ladies have to level up. There's a time to play and there's a time to be serious. There's a time to be very serious about your dating life. And when that comes, you just can't be around foolish things and foolish people. You get to a certain age, you should not be at the hookah bar. Why are you at those places? Even nightclubs. At a certain age, you can no longer go to the nightclub. You're not going to meet anybody worthy over there. They're a bunch of idiots. Right? You look up like local events. Like if there's like stuff like the winery, that's where you go. There's a new like museum thing that's coming to the city. That's where you go. There's some kind of dining experience in the heart, like downtown, like all kinds of bougie that costs at least $100 per person. That's where you go. You go where people respect themselves. I don't know. I hate hookah. Like, I can't stand that stuff, right? But it's like you go places where people respect themselves. Like over there, people have manners. People have manners. You have to hang around people that have manners. And if you don't know anybody in your circle that can introduce you to those kinds of places, it's time for you to change your circle. Time for you to change your circle. Sometimes in life, you have to learn to speak a whole new language. You got to be interested in whole different things. And this is how you're going to meet people, right? Maybe instead of trying to be friends with people on Instagram, you start building up your LinkedIn. So that way you can meet career-minded people. So you're less likely to encounter foolishness. But if you go to certain areas, you're going to see a bunch of idiots because they have proximity to you. The only way somebody can disrespect you if they have access to you. You give access to people, right? You give access to people. If you don't go to certain places, nobody can talk to you crazy. If you don't look a certain way, nobody will try you. But there are a lot of ladies, people don't go up to them because people are actually afraid because they actually, wow, like, damn, she costs like, it looks like she costs a lot of money. Yes, she does. And you don't have it. So keep walking. Right? But you have some ladies who do give up, like, maybe I can try. She might say yes. You get me? So I'm like, that also needs to be talked about. But I'm like, I think like everything starts with you. It's like, what is my vibe? Like, what is my energy? And be honest with yourself. Be harshly honest with yourself. Oh, no, it's not that bad. No, it is that bad. Right? It is that bad. But like, you can't say, oh, I want to be married. I want to date a serious man. And your Instagram looks like God knows what. Because, a lot of people too, they'll be like, oh, let me see your Instagram. What's your Instagram? Because they want to see like who you are, like what kind of stuff you post. Then they'll know how to treat you. But it's like you have a brand. Like I really want people to understand that. Anybody who's currently looking to date or looking to marry, what is your brand? What does your brand say about you? Right? And some girls do give booty call. They do. They might not mean to, but they do. Some girls give something a bit more serious. They do. So it also matters. And that's why, like, I don't know. And that's why you got to change certain things, right? Like, look at Kim. Like, look, oh my gosh, Kim Kardashian, right? Before Kanye and after Kanye, she changed her fashion, right? Sometimes you got to change how you dress because certain things are not suited for where you're trying to go, right? Like, sometimes, oh, my stuff is like super tight, super tight. Everything is super, super, super tight. Okay, you're going to attract the fool because what you put forward is like out, like your ass, your boobs, whatever. You put that forward, right? So you attract a certain kind of person. You start to, maybe you should probably dress a bit more demure, dress a bit more professional, right? Cover certain things. So that way he has no choice but to look at you in the face. You got to be mindful. You know, you really, really have to be mindful. Like, what do I look like? People have to be mindful. What's that lady's name? Let me show you some pictures, right? You see? I don't know if you guys remember like watching the show, like Suits, for example, right? In Suits, like look at how Jessica was dressing in Suits, though. Like look at her fashion, right? I don't believe that a man is going to see a woman dressed like this and just walk up to her and say, yo, hey, Ma, can I take you out to eat real quick? I don't, no. Where would you even find this woman? Like, she's not accessible. She doesn't walk the streets. What are we even talking about? Right? So I'm like, we have to also be mindful of what this, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how am I dressing? That also matters. What's my girl's name? This one, I love her also. What is her name? Where is she? You guys, what is her name again? What's her name? Oh gosh, I can't think of her name. Oh, couldn't say. There you go. Couldn't think of her name. Right? But you see, look at Quinta. Like, look at her fashion. Like, look how she dresses. Look at how she dresses. Right? Demure. Very, very cute. Very, very pretty. It's like you have to be mindful how you want to, like, you got to be mindful how you carry yourself. You know? So, because it matters. Your fashions, they say a lot about you. And like, you have to dress like you're trying to go places and trying to be somebody. But you have to be mindful how you present yourself because that's your brand. That is your brand. And certain clothes, like certain outfits, especially how tight they are and things like that, and what they show, what they don't show, will have people putting you into a box. Right? But I'm like, we have to, like, we really, really need to normalize, you know, dressing demure. Less is more. No, so what? No, more is no what? More fabric, okay? More like what happened? Oh, there was a thing recently. Let me see if I can find it for you guys. What's her name? Zendaya's stylist. What's that girl's name? Angel Reese. What's his name? LaRoche? Is that his name? See if I can find it for you guys. Let me see. Okay.
I just
More of.
I want to see,
What would you want to see me in?
I just
More of.
I want to see you in like more clothes,
Okay.
right? Like I understand you tall, you want to show your legs. That's what you love
Mhm.
about yourself. But I want to kind of see you like in more clothes, if
Okay.
that makes sense.
What you want to see me in?
Like a designer.
Yeah, like if you was to dress me right now,
Oh, if I was you, Josh, it'd be a whole different.
what would you want to see me in?
I just
More of.
I want to see you in like more clothes,
Okay.
right? Like I understand you tall, you want to show your legs. That's what you love
Mhm.
about yourself. But I want to kind of see you like in more clothes,
Okay.
if that makes sense.
What you want to see me in?
Like a designer.
Yeah, like if you was to dress me right now,
Oh, if I was you, Josh, it'd be a whole different.
what would you want to see me in?
I just
More of.
I want to see you in like more clothes,
Okay.
right? Like I understand you tall, you want to show your legs. That's what you love
Mhm.
about yourself. But I want to kind of see you like in more clothes,
Okay.
if that makes sense.
What you want to see me in?
Like a designer?
Yeah, like if you was to dress me right now.
And you see, I mean, he dressed as Zendaya, right? And Zendaya is like, she's a fashion icon. Whereas, like, if you see,
But what would you want to see me in?
I just
More of.
I want to see you in like more clothes.
Okay.
Right? Like I understand you tall, you want to show your legs. That's what you love about yourself. But I want to kind of see you like in more clothes, if that makes sense.
What you want to see me in?
Like a designer?
Yeah, like if you was to dress me right now.
Oh, if I was you, Josh, it would be a whole different. But you know what? I can't even say that though, because it would take, this is my process. So if I had to fit in with you, I would have racks and racks of clothes. And we would like go through, I would ask you to go through the racks and tell me everything that you loved right away, right? And then I ask you to go back and tell me everything that you hated, right? And so I'll create 2 rails and we'll go through everything you love and we'll start to build from that. And so that's how I like to help you cultivate your style. And then I have another rack and it'll be like things that I think you should be wearing. So after I've made you comfortable, because now I understand.
I don't want to ask you how would you see my style, but what would you want to see me in?
but so I mean, so pretty much like you kind of get it, right? But I'm like, it really, really does matter to really think about, okay, like, what am I putting out there? Like, what do I look like? I think everybody who's really serious, if you don't like the kind of man that you are attracting, right, that you be careful and that you go do like, do your own inventory. Like, go through your Instagram, go through your private pages, go through your social media and then really ask yourself, like, what does it say about you, right? And be honest with yourself and be brave. Like, be brave, be honest, and be blunt and just change it. Do what you have to do so you can attract the people that you want to attract. Because otherwise, if you say, oh, I want to attract this man, but you dress a certain way, you talk a certain way, you act a certain way, you keep going to certain places, that's actually insanity. Like, how you going to get something new when you keep doing the things that are bringing bad men into your life, right? And like I said, pick up new hobbies, pick up new things, winery, art, food, I don't know, find something new going on in your city. You know what I mean? Exactly. Like, but sometimes you really do have to rebrand yourself. You have to rebrand yourself. It's not a matter of, oh, just chase money, chase money, chase money. Like, no, you actually want to pursue quality people. You want to be pursued by quality men. So what does it take to be pursued by quality men? What does that look like? What does that look like? Then you got to start thinking about that. Okay, maybe I got to change this. I got to change that. I got to change this. I got to change that. Right? That's that. And also sometimes, even though I'm overweight, but sometimes also it might involve also losing weight also. Sometimes you lose weight, you get better options in men. It's a reality. Don't come for me. Don't come for me. Right? But sometimes that's another thing. Like, you might have to lose weight. So if that's what you have to do to increase your chances of getting what you want, do it. Like, just go ahead and just get it done and be done with it. Like 6-7 months, you'll be good. Right? But besides that, hold on. What else is saying? What else is? Oh my gosh.
She said she learned from me. Well, she didn't learn how to be smart. I tell people all the time, don't say my name if you are desperate and being pygmisha. Don't claim me. If you are desperate and you're not smart enough to get the bag, flip the money, have options. If you stupid, don't claim me. If your IQ is low, please don't claim me.
And your IQ is high. This lady is funny.
I teach women to be smart, not desperate. If you're desperate, don't claim me. I'm sorry. Wow. But if you're sitting out there, you learned everything from me. Did you learn how to be smart? Did you learn how not to be desperate? You didn't learn from me. You learned from whoever putting clips out on TikTok 30 seconds long. You didn't learn from me. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Did you learn from this channel or did you learn from 30-second clips on TikTok? Because I didn't put those out.
But why do you assume that?
You didn't learn from the YouTube channel?
I'm like, why do you assume that she learned from a 30-second clip? You could just go on. Yeah, you could just go and ask her where she learned from. I don't think she was from a 30-second clip because TikTok was quite recently, wasn't it? Right? TikTok started going viral like recently. Like, it's, she's been watching you for 5 years. So it's not no TikTok. And you could easily reach out to her and find out exactly what happened. That's what you should do. I mean, if you have a good brand and you teach people how to be smart, if this young lady is claiming you and that's your brand, that's what you do. You give advice. You should reach out to her and you should get more information. Hey, Isis, how's everything going? I'm sad. What's happening to you? You know, but I would like to know, what exactly did you pick up from me? Like, because I want to understand, how did we get here? Right? Oh, thank you, my love. Right? Go ask the lady. If you're so sure that she watched from a 30-second clip, go ask her. Ask her. I'm sure she'll be happy to answer. I mean, you can be grown on the outside, but you can be broken on the inside. Right? A lot of people are broken. A lot of people don't have families. A lot of people don't have mothers, don't have any big sisters, whatever. Some people are extremely lonely. So they come on social media, they see, I mean, and plus Shera is very pretty. Like, you know, somebody who's pretty seems to have it together. She seems to be okay. Oh, okay, maybe I'll look up to her. Maybe she can guide me, you know. Some people are also orphans. Things are real, you know. But it's like what it shows. I think the thing about social media, especially during the Rona, like when we were in quarantine and it was really hard for people to be in isolation, you know, one thing you do realize is that people need community, right? And especially women. Women are more community-based than men. Right? And women really do value community. Like they really do. The sisterhood matters a lot to women. And that's why when you're a woman and you have a platform and you speak into women, you gotta be, no, she's cute. No, Shera's pretty. She just does bad things. She just does bad things. Okay. But my thing is, like, when you speak into women, like, you gotta understand. And that's why you gotta be very mindful also the kind of advice you give, because you could have a lot of broken, fragile, you know, young ladies who listen to you. And it's like, let me make sure. And if you think that your advice could be misconstrued or misinterpreted, you better go back and reteach. Like, did y'all get what I'm trying to say? Right? But I'm like, I would love to see her students who've done this successfully. Who are these people? Where are the people? Okay? I would love to see this. Right? She's just the first one, I guess, who was brave enough to say, this is what happened. Look at my life, right? But I'm like, she said she was 24. She's now 29. So it's kind of insulting to say, oh, she only consumed 30-second clips. You could easily go talk to her and see what exactly she consumed. But I'm sure she'll show you. And I'm sure she has the record, because like YouTube keeps all your history, right? But she was like, she looks up to you. She really looks up to you. She said you changed her life. Literally. You know? Yeah, she wouldn't say that. But the problem is that when you put this content out there that gets your man, be a trophy wife, some people can start getting desperate. And they don't have access to her. Okay, should I be doing this? No. You know what I mean? You got to be really, really mindful. That's why drug companies or even certain products, like, they don't sell things to the consumers, because there's always user error. So you got to be mindful, right? But you watch Shera's content. Do you ever hear her say, oh, focus on the character of the person? Focus on the characters. Oh, he wants to see you. You got to have money. You want this? You got to have money. You got to have money. So it leads to foolishness. And she has a part to take in this, right? If you have a channel where you talk about character, be mindful, get to know his family, get to know his people, take your time, be patient, right? Really get to know him. But how can you get to know him when Shera says every time he invites you out, he has to pay money? So how are you going to get to know this person? If he wants to see you, he got to spend money. He wants to talk to you, he has to spend money. Like, what is this? Right? So it's like, okay. Right? But she doesn't prioritize getting to know a person. She doesn't prioritize getting to know a person. Because if you say, okay, like, yeah, because like I said, I get it. Like, I understand why most women, if not every woman actually, right, wants to marry a man that can take care of their family. I really get that. I don't think he has to be rich. I don't think he has to be a multimillionaire. I don't think that's needed, right? Because a lot of men provide great for the wives without being multimillionaires. But Shera is not giving advice to actually find a husband that you actually love, that can provide for you. It's like money comes first. Money. And in the beginning, that's the norm for him to date you. So in a way, I guess he does have to, he does have to spend some money, but he doesn't spend money every single time he sees you. Right? Doesn't have to. Like, doesn't have to. And my thing is, me, honestly, if I meet a man and every time we go out, how am I saying this? Like, you meet a man, You're not going to have like 5 dates in 1 week. He doesn't work. Doesn't have things to do. Right? And if he spends money like this every day, so every day there's like 500, 1,000, 500, like he must be broke. Like, how do you manage money like that? Because even rich people, like rich people are also really cheap with their money. They're not going to just squander money unless he's a scammer. But when you work hard for your money, like you don't just throw money away just because you can. Right? You can have like 1 cute dates there and there, but I'm like, okay, maybe he'll cook for you, maybe you'll cook for him. Like people find things to do, but it's not realistic to say he's gonna spend money like, I meet you today, and then tomorrow he's gonna take you out on $1,000 date or a $500 date. He barely knows you. Why does he want to spend so much money? Like, what is he up to? What is he doing? That is crazy. Now, I do feel like if it's a woman who lives a certain lifestyle, like that's actually how she lives her lifestyle, I can see because that's just how she lives. And that's also how he lives, right? Like if I meet someone like a Lori Harvey, for example, and like her first date is like 500 or 600, yeah, that matches her lifestyle. Because by herself, without me, that's how she lives. This is normal for her, right? But for the average woman, this is not a normal thing. So once again, we're seeking fairy tales. You know what I mean? Like we're seeking fairy tales. Like that's not realistic. It is just not realistic, right? You can have one big date, but the other date's not going to be as big, even if he's wealthy. Doesn't work like that. And that's what I hate, how people just always like make it seem like, oh, rich people just throw money out the window. No, rappers do, drug dealers do, criminals do. But people who actually work hard for their money, they don't squander their money. Right? Like there's always this misconception that rich people don't like, oh, you can just overcharge rich people. You can just pull a price out your behind with rich people. They don't get scammed. But it's the person who just made new money. They're the ones who like recklessly spend their money like it's water. They don't care. Right? They don't care. But rich people, like people that are actually rich, they don't spend money foolishly. That's why they still have money. And that's why the new money people, they usually go broke. Because they don't care about money. But I'm like, you usually care, like they care about their money. They care about their money. I'm like, that's a huge misconception. Oh, if he's rich, he doesn't care. Why do you care how much money it is? No, they do care. That's why they have money. They invest in like things that are quality, like, oh, like a great house. Like they buy like watches, like they have things of quality, like investment pieces, but just wasting money just to waste money. They don't do that. Now, if it's the child, like if it's the son of a wealthy man and he's young, like he might just burn through his daddy's cash. But then again, you go marry somebody who does not know how to work. He knows how to spend his daddy money, but he don't know how to get money. So that's also going to be cute for a season. But eventually, he's not his father, and you're not going to like it. You know what I mean? So, but that is not realistic.
Did you learn over here? Did you learn what I said after 30 seconds? Did you hear what I said after sprinkle, sprinkle? Or before? Did you hear that? Did you hear when I said stop being desperate? Did you hear when I said don't be a pygmisha? Did you hear when I talked about background checks? Did you hear when I talked about all this other stuff? About not dealing with men if you have kids until they're old and grown enough to speak for themselves and be in school and whatnot. Did you not hear when I said all of that? Because you was not following the real account. Don't blame me. Uh-oh. Grass walker, sprinkle, sprinkle. What I said, don't be desperate, ma'am. All right.
This lady is just, to me, she's just intellectually dishonest. Because everything about your brand gives desperate. Like these girls are coming to you asking you, oh, should I make him pay for this? Oh, how do I ask him to pay for my studies? How do I ask him to pay for this? Girl, everything about your brand is desperation. Like, girl, bye. Everything about your brand is desperation. You're just deflecting. Because now people are seeing that your advice does hurt people. Like, Okay, hold on. Let me play this other video. We got to move forward. Hold on. Let's come back to Priscilla.
Might be a little bit controversial. But I feel like it's necessary to talk about this because there seems to be this war going on between the manosphere and the other side that they like to call modern women, but to me it's just women. I don't know. So I wanted to call attention to the two what I would call leaders of these movements. One being Shera 7 and the other being Kevin Samuels. As you guys know, if you've already watched my other videos, that Shera 7, her teachings changed my life. And I would not be where I am today without her teachings. She is really helping women to realize their worth and value and not just laying around with any old man, boy, dusty, what so have you, and requiring more from men to have access to us, which I think is really something that was the standard years ago. So what she's teaching is something that has been practiced longer than what's going on right now in the world, or at least in the Western world here in America. And I think that is truly a blessing to have someone like her showing us that we don't have to accept less, that we don't have to settle for bare minimum when it comes to men, especially if you look good. So many women are accepting the bare.
And this is a cardinal mistake. Oh, because I look good, I deserve X, Y, and Z. Like my daddy says, your looks don't pay the bills. Okay, many women look like there are many women out there who look good. Like that's crazy to me. You know, the thing is, I think this notion of like, oh, you know, Shera is reminding us of what we deserve as women because once upon a time, da 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 da. Let me say this, right? The women from once upon a time, like the Black women of the yesteryears, they were extremely resourceful. Okay. They were extremely resourceful. They were extremely mature for their age. They knew how to do plenty of things. They knew how to cook, clean, take care of children, be beautiful, be feminine, go to church, help the church, wump. They were doing a whole lot. I'm like, how did you manage to do all of that in 24 hours? You understand? Modern women today, all we do is say, oh, I have a degree and I'm pretty. And so you owe me something. We have to stop. We also, like, sometimes in life, you also got to be really serious. You have to really be serious. If you say that as a woman, I want a man that does da. And because back in the day, men were doing this for the woman, right? Looks don't matter to you. That's why you'll see a lot of girls who are not married, who are very pretty. They're not married. They're single moms, right? You see a lot of girls who are very pretty, who are used up. You'll see a lot of girls who are pretty and nobody cares. Then you'll see a girl who's probably like average at best, but she has a great husband. She has a great life. She has great this, right? Because her character also matters. Nobody's going to bring a witch into his house just because she's pretty. That's not how life works. Social media will have you believe that the pretty girl wins wins always. No, she gets a rapper. She gets a drug dealer. Okay? The wise woman, she gets a husband. And it's not about her looks. It's not about look. There are prettier girls out here who are not married. There are prettier girls out here who have OnlyFans. There are pretty girls who are sex workers. There are pretty girls all over the place, right? But many pretty girls are not married because there's more to having a successful relationship with the woman than how she looks. Because what if she's a sorceress? What if she's evil? What if she's the type of woman you can't have your peace? After a while, you're not going to find her pretty. Halle Berry is extremely gorgeous. She's always getting divorced. What is wrong with this lady? I don't know. Right? So Jada Pinkett, very pretty, very crazy. Okay? So we have to stop making it seem like, when you're pretty, you deserve the world. No. No. Stacey, what is Stacey Dash up to? I don't even know. Is she okay? Right? But there are a lot of people who are not as pretty or conventionally pretty. And guess what? They are well married. They are very happy. They're very respected. They don't get cheated on because she has a beautiful soul. She's actually a beautiful human being. Exactly. Right? Bernice Burgos, super pretty. Okay. Yeah. Because there's more to looking good. There's more than having a big behind. But if you really have, if you're actually beautiful from within, then yes. You understand? Like Denzel Washington, Miss Pauletta. I don't consider Miss Pauletta to be like, oh my gosh, like she's this conventional beauty, right? She's her own beauty, but you see, she got a husband because Miss Pauletta knows how to be a wife. She has a beautiful soul, right? There are a lot of people who are not conventionally pretty. They're not what you think of, but they have a husband. They've been married. They have a beautiful marriage. They have a beautiful relationship. They don't get cheated on. Nobody's beating their asses between the washer and the dryer, right? Because these are actually good women. It's easy. Oh, I'm pretty, especially in this age of makeup, lashes, lace front, etc., etc. Everybody pretty because it's all borrowed. But how many women can actually say, I have a beautiful soul? How many women can say, I'm actually a good person? How many women actually even know how to forgive, how to be kind, how to be patient, how to be sweet? Okay? Who know how to actually disagree without getting disrespectful. Make it make sense. It is not a lot of people who can say that, right? How many women are actually resourceful? Like, oh, I can actually make something, cook something, bake something. Don't know how to do nothing. How many women can actually say, you know what, I can give my husband business advice, tax advice, real estate advice. How many women even get on their knees and pray for their husbands? The women of yesteryears, the Black women of the days before, they used to wake up at like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning and pray for their husbands, pray for their children. You got people sleeping until they snore in the bed. Oh, I'm pretty. No, you wear loads of makeup and you wear fake hair. Move on. There are just way too many pretty people for someone to think, well, I'm pretty. How come I'm not married yet? Well, I'm pretty. I deserve to have it all. No, you get what you're willing to work for. God, we need to start being serious over here. Okay? Pretty. That's how they're going to sleep with you and send you back to the streets. Right? A woman got to have a mind. She got to have a mind. She has to be smart, diligent. She has to be, resourceful, sweet, kind. A lot. The Bible talks about that, right? But it's not to just say, oh, I'm pretty. We do not care. Are you actually lovable? Is it actually easy to love you? Are you like full of trauma and vindictiveness and bitterness? Girl, you're toxic. Right? Nobody wants to come home to a raging ass, rabid ass woman. You are insane. Do you even know how to be peaceful? Like seriously, do you know how to bring peace to people, comfort to people? Do you even know how to encourage somebody to believe in themselves? Or you just put people down all the time? Do you complain all the time? People are tired. People are seriously tired. People want to come home and have peace, real peace that surpasses all understanding. Girl, shut up. You talk too much. Okay? So that's another thing. I was talking to a friend yesterday, and I'm like, I see why it's hard for men to stick around because you are too argumentative. It's exhausting. It really is exhausting. You say 1, she says 10. You say 20, she says 50. Girl, shut up. It's too much. It is just too much. Nobody wants to be bothered. So it's like people have to also think about would somebody even enjoy me for like forever? Especially if we're saying, oh, if a man gets married, he can't cheat on his wife, right? Okay. So can you actually be someone that people actually enjoy forever and ever? Can you be a great life partner until death do us apart? Are you actually enjoyable? Are you actually a nice person? Are you actually even a fun person to be around? Oh, I'm pretty. Oh, I'm pretty. Many girls are pretty and they're stupid. Trust me, I've met plenty. I'm like, damn, you were so pretty until you open your mouth. Oh gosh, here we go. You understand? It can't be that way. It cannot be that way. You have to say that there's more to you than how you look. You're a grown adult. You're not a teenager. What else do you have? Like, oh, I'm nice. I know how to pray. I don't know. I know how to bake cake. I don't know, something. I'm great at motivating people. Something. Right? But it's like you gotta I don't know what's wrong with Halle Berry. But marriage don't work with her. But she's really pretty. Vanessa Williams, really pretty. Always getting divorced. Halle Berry always getting divorced, and then she pays child support. Girl, how? You understand? Like, but then you have Angela Bassett, who's very pretty, been married, stayed married. So how does that work? Because that's the thing. Like, so it's like, okay, it's pretty enough. You know? Because Angela Bassett, she's very pretty, but she's been with the same husband for God knows how long, right? Because she probably knows how to be a wife. I mean, she knows how to be a team player. She knows. And she's a mega superstar. But look, like she knows how to make it work. So, like, she's doing something different. But it's not just pretty. Halle, when it comes to Halle and all her husband, it's like, child, like she's had so many husbands. Look at all the different people she married. All these people she married in one lifetime. Like, girl, something is bizarre. Something is bizarre. So, pretty is not the end all be all. Because you will have some girls who are not conventionally pretty. But they'll be married, though. And they'll be very successful in it. Because she knows how to be a wife. Then you'll have a girl who's very pretty, but nobody marries her. They sleep with her, then they send her back to the streets. Because there's something she doesn't know. And I wish that was the education that Shera was given, right? Help these girls who don't understand, like, why I don't get married? Like, why? What's wrong with me? Like, help me. So it's like, no, money gonna make you happy. Money. Child, please. Yeah, exactly. Angela Bassett been married. And she's extremely successful. And on top of that, hold on, Maverick, hold on. She's not only married, she also has kids. They have children. It's like she manages all of that. Let me see if I can blow up the picture. Hold on. What do you need? You okay? See? Look, they said 19 years. Wow. That's a lot. You see? 19 years of marriage. Look at that. So almost like 2 decades. Even what's her name? Holly Robinson Pete also. She's been married for a long time. Hold on. Yeah. She's also very pretty, but she's been married for a long time. So it's like there's something she understands. You know, but once that some people have long-lasting marriages, and some people they get married like every 2-3 years, they start over, right? Like, what is wrong? What's her name? Tracy Edmonds, right? Her multiple marriages. Like, what is her problem? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, she married 2 people, 3 engagement, 2 failed marriages. Like, why she can't? Like, what is going on? Like, so to say, oh, I'm pretty, it's not enough. It really is not enough. That's crazy to me. That is not enough.
Bare minimum from men who did not even deserve to be in our presence. So yes, I love what Shera is doing, teaching women to know their value.
You can say the men, but my point is, like, she's pretty, but why does she attract men like that also, right? So you see, being pretty does not fix everything, right? If you're so pretty, why did you attract Eddie Murphy? Especially after he got divorced to Nikki. I think that's when he married her, right? After Nikki Murphy, he married her, right? And allegedly he's down low. So why does she attract all of that? But she's so pretty. Babyface. Why did she attract Babyface? Why can she attract the man that was faithful to her? So pretty is not everything. She met Coach Dion. He also was married to somebody that was pretty. Pilar is also very pretty. Pilar is pretty. You're also pretty. So all this, oh, I'm pretty. It's just mediocrity. It's like when people don't want to try, it's like, well, the easy thing that comes naturally. And also being pretty, also people have to stop taking credit and like, I'm so pretty, I'm pretty. You have nothing to do with your genetics. You don't work to be pretty. Like if you're born and you're conventionally pretty, It's genetics. You didn't have to work for that. So that's not even something you should take pride in. Oh, I'm just pretty, so I'm just pretty. That's not how life works. Life comes to people who actually want to compete. You can't just say nobody is perfect, period. But that's why you can't just say, oh, I'm pretty as a pretty woman. Like what? Like you're talking like a child. What else do you have to bring to the table? Just your looks? Beauty fades. It's like a man saying, oh, I have muscles. We don't care. Do you have a brain? Do you have income? Do you know how to be a provider? Can you imagine? I look good. Like this, what are you, a peacock? We do not care. We don't care. In life, people don't get graded because they look good. Even supermodels, right? You say, oh, she got a job because she's pretty. No, being pretty is one thing. She's also tall. She also has a work ethic. She eats a certain way. She trains. Right? That's why people are out here attacking these Victoria's Secret models. Oh, these are not real bodies. No, these girls work hard to keep their bodies this way. You can be born pretty. You can be born with a nice body, but you have to maintain it. When some people eat everything in sight, these girls don't. When some people sleep, these girls are up and they're working out. Sometimes they work twice, 3 times, they work out once or twice a day. They're working out. So even being pretty has to be maintained. You can be born pretty, whatever, then you can get ugly, you can get whatever things that happen to you. So you can't just say, oh, I'm pretty. Because what happens when you're no longer pretty? Should he discard you because you're no longer pretty? So you can't, like, that can't be your thing. Like, oh, I'm just pretty. Oh, I'm so pretty. Oh, I'm so pretty. No, that's not how life works. That's not how life works. You know what I'm saying? That's not how life works. A woman also has to be intelligent. She has to be capable of raising children. She got to have sense about herself, not just how she looks. I look good. Okay. Can you do anything else? Can you talk about anything else? Just your looks? That thing, people get bored quickly. And we don't care what you don't like.
Value to know their worth, not to settle for just any old thing, not to be sleeping with men who have not invested and allow us to rest more easily in our femininity. So I can't stand when people come on my channel saying anything negative about Shera, because Shera is our hypergamous queen. I mean, she has changed so many women's lives, and as you know, including mine. So I will forever be grateful for her teachings and the lessons that I've learned through her.
And this is how you know she was not watching 30-second clips. I'm like, Shera, she's very protective of you. So she was watching more than 30-second clips.
Now, the other side of the women's movement and women finally starting to realize our worth and becoming more feminine, leveling up our looks, is the manosphere red pill side of things, which
so
Priscilla's crazy, y'all. Hold on. When do you hear Priscilla?
Who did she say she learned from?
Shera. Priscilla's insane. She is crazy.
Who did she say she learned from? Because I keep telling you that ultimately I think the message is dangerous. Why? Because the women who are listening to her don't know anything.
Yep.
They don't know anything. And people who are listening to Shera and have been listening to Shera seem very enlightened and taken aback when they find out about this book, 41 Shades of Men. Right? 41 Shades of Men. Now, a lot of women, leave Shera out of this. Leave Shera out of this. How you gonna tell me to leave Shera out of it when she put Shera all in it?
Yeah, exactly.
All in it, like her whole.
Yeah, she really looks. No, she does, because she believes. Like, you can't be mad at her. In fact, people idolize Beyonce. People look up to people. That's why when you have a platform, you gotta be very careful about your messaging. You know what I'm saying? We gotta be very, even like mainstream media, the stuff that we're saying, like, oh, Trump is evil, Trump is the end of democracy. You know, you can remove people that want to harm this man and go kill this man. People are extremely influential. That's how she makes a living. So she can't, if you're able to make a living by just sitting in your house and giving advice to people, they're definitely listening. She has like 700,000 followers, right? That's just on YouTube alone. She goes live like almost like every day, whatever. These girls are listening to her. So yes, to some people, she's extremely influential. To some people, Shera is like, she's goals. Because they feel as though I was broken. And when I met Shera, she showed me how to believe in myself. They look up to her. They really, really do. They truly do. Now, some people, number I ain't gonna take it serious like that because I guess you have other influences, whatever. But look at her situation. Like, look what she came out of, right? Doesn't seem like she has a lot of like positive influence in her life. So she comes online, she meets this woman who seems to have all the right answers. She's like, okay, I'm gonna do everything she tells me to do. You know what I mean? So you understand? So it's like, hey, that's it.
Oh, the whole persona of her whole life is based on Shera 7.
Yeah, it really is.
So how you gonna come tell me to leave this out? Because it's Shera's message that she was eating up.
Yeah.
And when somebody asks me about my opinion, I keep saying that the women that's listening to her don't know nothing. And I think that the message is dangerous because she's sending these women into a lion's den. She's sending them into the lion's den. Now, I'm gonna get back to this because I'm a play that again. But I want to show you something. Well, the motherfucker.
Ooh, please do not cuss.
Have y'all seen that lady on TikTok? She's been all over my FYP. Oh my God. She is the Shera 7
you do.
fucking 5.0. When I tell you, I just finished reading her book called The Game, 41 Shades of Men. And if I even see another man, my appetite will be ruined. She breaks everything down from 41 different types of men. The homosexual man. Oh my God. The STD man. The family man. The ego man. Oh, when I tell you, some men out here, and I knew that because I've been listening to Shera 7 for like 5 years. I knew men had the audacity, but in each shade of a man.
Wait a minute. She say she been listening to Shera for 5 years. She say she been listening to Shera for 5 years. And she say she knew men that had the audacity, but it's like this was a revelation to her. This was a revelation to her, something that she didn't know nothing about with all these different types of men. Wait, baby girl. Okay. She didn't know nothing about these types of men. And after reading the book, what she say? If I see another man. So what does that tell you? It tells you that Shera is not teaching y'all about men. The ultimate message from Shera is to get the money.
Yep.
To get the money. And that's what the women.
Me personally, I've had my issues with Priscilla, right? But if you're right, you're right. She is an Aquarius, so sometimes she's going to be right. But my thing is, I agree with Priscilla. Because you're sending these girls on these kamikaze missions saying, oh, just get the bag. But who we getting the bag from? Because a lot of these girls are not, no. They don't have enough discernment. They don't have enough life experience. They're going to get killed. If it's not physically, it'll be emotionally. If it's not emotionally, it'll be financially, or it might be all three. Because many of them, they're not about that life. Like the stuff Shera talks about, you really got to be like grimy. Like you really have to be a grimy ass woman. Like where you have no feelings at all. Like I'm just like, you straight up grimy. Like you dirty. Most girls are not that evil. They just want a little bit of money, like go shopping. They're not that dark. Most girls are not that dark. If you really want to be successful at the stuff that Shera is saying, you really got to be one grimy ass heifer. And you're not like that. And you don't even want to be like that. Because once you go that dark, I don't know if you can come back from that. But you kind of low-key have to be a sociopath. And is that really who you want to be? No. You're just tired of people like not giving you what you think you deserve in life. That's it. Right? You want to be with a man who really appreciates you and sees you at your worth and does right by you. That's what you want. This stuff right here, that's not what you want. That's not what you want because it's crazy. And so she could say, oh, I told you about the background check. I'm like, you swear. Even though I do recommend, especially when you have kids, I do recommend that you do get a background check. But we just never know. But we also have to make room for the fact that not everything could come up on the background check. Because sometimes when people molest family members, many family members will cover it up. You have a lot of family members who cover up for molesters. You know what I'm saying? So I do believe you should run a background check, right? Federal, state, girl, do you, especially when you have kids. I believe in that. But we still also have to understand that not everything will be on a background check. And that's why we got to take our time to get to know people, especially get to know their people. Like, who are your people? Who's your family? Who are your friends? Like, who do you hang out with? You have to take your time to get to know people. But I'm like, on this one, I'm like, yeah, I agree with Priscilla. Because no one, it's not even normal. It's not even a thing. It's just going to let you get their money and run out. Nothing is free. You will pay for this one way or another. If he's acting stupid and slow because he wants you to feel like you are in control, but eventually he going to get your ass. And when he gets your ass, it's not going to be pretty. And if you think you're the only one, you're the first one he's done this with, you're crazy. He's done this before. Right? There are a lot of predators out there. And I'm like, and when you say money is the first thing that you want, you're walking right into a trap. Be very careful. Because you're not crazy like that. You think you're crazy, you ain't that crazy. And even physically, you go after money. Or like a man feels like, oh, she took something from you, or she took this, or she stole this. What if he wants to beat your behind? Can you fight back? You cannot. You cannot. Because these type of men, 10-year age difference, 20-year age difference, like usually there's going to be domestic violence. And if he beats you, what can you do? You got to be very, very careful. You got to be very, very careful. So you cannot teach the girls to get to the money without teaching them about the kind of man they might encounter along the way. So if you encounter this type of man, be careful about this, and that. If you encounter that type of man, you might want to look out for this. If you encounter this other type of man, you might want to do this, right? She never says what man to look for, what man to avoid. There's like, no, just go to the bag, get to the bag. If he's older, get to the bag, get to the bag. Girl, he could be a whole killer. Yeah, I do have to sleep a little bit, but
women are picking up. That's what these women listening to. So if this woman who was praising Shera and listening to Shera, who got her quote unquote high value man, who thanked Shera for changing her life and putting her in this situation, if she'd have had the 41 Shades of Men, she would have known about the man that she was with. Because see, she already had kids. See, chapter 18 is the I want your child man. Okay. You probably can't see it. Okay. Probably can't see it because the camera. Okay. But chapter 18 is the I want your child man. Now, this woman already got kids. She already has children. And she didn't know what she was walking into. She had no idea what she was walking into.
No, she is.
So how do
she's to blame? She's absolutely to blame. somebody watches your content and based on your content, they start doing certain things, yes, she is to blame. Is she fully to blame? No, but she has parts in it. And if Shera was a serious person, she would reach out to this young lady. And she would help her. Okay, where did it go wrong? Like, what did you hear me say? What did you do? If she was a serious person, if she was a real leader, she'd reach out to her. And she would help this young woman to recalibrate her mind. Okay, like maybe you should have done this, this, and that. Because it'd be a great case study for her brain, right? And for anybody listening to her. But she's a coward. Oh, don't involve me in this. Oh, you just dumb. Oh, you just stupid. Shera, she's smart. Shera smart. Shera intelligent. This mediocre ass content she does to make some money off this little girl. She's smart. She's a low bottom feeder. She preys on gullible young ladies who don't have a sense of self-esteem and self-worth. Tell them, oh, if you find a man with money, he'll make you somebody. Like, she's a horrible person. She's a horrible human being. Like, she's sitting here, it's like she's an online madame teaching girls to like sell their time for money. Like, no, she's a joke. If she was really serious about empowering women and she really wanted good for women, even if you feel like, okay, I'm not fully responsible, but hey, if she says she listened to me, I'm going to reach out to her and say, okay, what happened? What did you hear me say that made you do X, Y, and Z? Because I would want to know. I would do the same thing. If somebody said, oh, Marlene, I took your advice and this is what happened. Okay, what exactly happened? I'm going to talk to you. I'm not going to run away from it. Because you see me, I have a conscience, right? But when you know that you say some foul stuff to people, you give goofy ass advice to people, and then what? No, you do blame people because some people are influential. Some people are extremely influential. Some people are extremely influential. Some people know how to manipulate the mind of people. Absolutely. You have therapists who manipulate the minds of their clients. You have pastors who manipulate some of their congregation, right? You have even presidents, all kinds of people. That's why even in the workplace, you can't sleep with your subordinates because you can manipulate people. You can coerce people. That's why Diddy's in prison. That's why he's arrested right now. So when you have power over people, when you have authority over people, when you have influence over people, yeah, you got to be very mindful. Now, are you responsible for everything? No, but you bear some responsibility. You bear some responsibility. You say some stuff and it gets misconstrued or misunderstood and somebody gets hurt. Yeah, you are responsible. You are somewhat responsible. You want to come up here and call this girl dumb, stupid, wumpty, wump, wump, blah, blah, blah. Girl, bye. You're also dumb. You're also stupid. What kind of high value wife sits on the freaking YouTube every day with her little Cash App? Why do you need Cash App? Why do you need Cash App donation? That even don't make no damn sense. Your husband is a high value member. You need Cash App donation to survive, to pay for your DoorDash. That don't even make no damn sense. That makes no damn sense. Do you see Marjorie Harvey over here asking for our Cash App? It would actually be insulting. Like, what the heck? Okay. Your husband is such a high value man. You should do this for free. Do it for free. Why do you need Cash App? Like, seriously, why? Your husband is a multimillionaire, but you need Cash App from these little girls, $20, $50. Let these young ladies keep their money. They need it. I'm like, what? I'm like, imagine Oprah Winfrey asking for Cash App. Like, for what? Like, what is going on? This is insanity. Yeah, but some people do. That's why that's why it's called having a following. That's why influencers get paid a lot of money because people listen to them and they make a lot of money off of that. I'm pretty sure that young lady took classes from her, bought her book, bought her mug, and now you want to completely disown her. Like, no, you don't get to do that. Reach out to her and be like, okay, I don't think I'm fully responsible, but I would really like to know what video of mine did you watch so that way I can know how to fix it. And I would even have her on my channel so we can really have like a whole village conversation. Like, what happened? What video did you watch? Let's go through it because this is crazy. But I'm like, she's not the only one. Sorry. ISIS is the only one brave enough to say, you know what? But it's happened to a lot of other girls. They're just too embarrassed to say it. And I think some also might be dead. I think some might be dead. I think there are girls out there who took Shera's advice who are probably dead right now. I really do. They're probably dead. Or they're probably in prison for stealing. Right? Because when you are that obsessed with money, I don't put it past you to, if he leaves his wallet or whatever, for you to go for his credit card. I don't put it past you because all you care about is money. So you're more likely to steal. So somebody could be in prison for credit card fraud. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. But she knows that if when you have 700,000 subscribers on YouTube, you can't sit here and act like, oh no, well, I don't have any pull on people. No, you do. Yeah, very insensitive. Exactly. Extremely insensitive. Like, no, even me, I don't even have that many followers, but I know that people who follow me every day, they listen to me because I can see their behavior change. Right? I can see, like, there are people that I used to know, like, I've known them like for years now. And by talking to me, I have seen their behavior change. Low key, they start thinking like, no, I kind of like it. But I can't say, oh, I have no influence over people. Oh, there's no way I'm influencing people. No, I am. I do. So she also does that too. So I'm like, you got to be responsible. And you have to know, like Fat said, there are people who follow you who really have a really, really weak mind. Some people might watch Shera and just be entertained. Like, she's just crazy. Sprinkle, sprinkle, because they think it's funny, right? Oh, girl, you crazy. But it's like, it's good background noise, right? But you have some girls, like for them, Shera's like, everything she says is gospel because they think she hasn't made. She has the life that they want. That's what we call people the gurus. Oh, that's a guru. Like, that's a lot of people make money with their words. Like, there are people who charge like $1,000, $20,000 for a seminar because their words are so powerful. What's that man, Tony something? What's his name? Tony something, the white man. He's like a business coach. What's his name? Right? But he charges like, just to go and sit there, it's like $1,000. If you want to see him one-on-one, it's like $200,000. What's that man's name? Tony something. He's like tall like this, right? But I'm like, these motivational speaker people, they get paid all kinds. Is it Tony Robbins? Yeah. Do you know how much it costs to sit with Tony Robbins like one-on-one? Huh? It might be like $1 million. So we can't sit here and say that words are not powerful. Look at Sarah Jakes. Look at how many views Sarah gets when she does a YouTube video. Like, she posts like she preaching. And the Lord said, Sarah can easily get a million views on a video. So we can't look at that and be, oh no, don't take heed to what she's saying. No, 1 million people watch her videos. Every time she posts a video, 1 million views, 600,000 views. People listen to Sarah Jakes. They listen to her. So that if something bad happens, oh, well, I didn't really say that. Girl, shut the hell up. That's how you have your whole life because people listen to you and they pay for this. You sit there, you ask for Cash App. People give you donations. They buy your mugs. They buy your t-shirt. They buy your courses. And now you don't want to take any accountability? Girl, what? No. Now, is she fully to blame? No, because Isis is also a grown woman. But certain things were sold to her by Shera that made it seem like this is what you really want. And it went left. Exactly. He's expensive. Tony Robbins, to sit in the back, it's like $1,500. To sit in the front, it's like 10, 20 grand. To talk to him one-on-one, it's like 100,000 for an hour. So we can't sit here and say like, oh, words have no power. Words have a lot of power. And if somebody listens to you every single day for 2, 3, 4 hours every day, yeah, you're becoming a guru. Absolutely. Because sometimes at that point, you mean more to her than her mom, her sisters. Like, you are her person. Whatever you say, she's going to do. We see it with the Beehive. They are insane. You see it with the Navy. They're also crazy. You see the Swifties. They're insane. So we cannot sit here and act like we don't know how powerful like these parasocial relationships can really get. We see it all the time. They call Beyonce Jesus like she's Jesus. Like they worship Beyonce and she never says, oh no, don't worship me. Beyonce never says, don't do that, you guys. It's offensive. Like you're offending God. I'm not. She never says anything because she loves it. That's how she can sell all this stuff, all the merch, all this stuff. Like that, that's what you're doing. Rihanna does the same thing. She does the same thing. She has those meet and greets. She'll hug you. She'll kiss on you. It's all fake because she needs you to buy her goofy ass conditioner. But these girls know what they're doing. They're manipulative. The majority of influencers are extremely manipulative. But then when it goes left, you don't want to claim the person. No, you don't claim her, all right? You know what I'm saying? It's like you know what you're doing. Or you call them, hey, family, hey, my trophies. You give them a name. You give them a name. You call the Beehive, they're the Navy, they're your trophies, womp, right? The Martians, like, you know what you're doing. Exactly. So I'm like, words are extremely powerful. People who motivate people are extremely powerful. When you can motivate people to the point that you have 700,000 people who follow you, who listen to you, yeah, you know your words have power. Don't play with us. Do not play with us. Like your words have power. And with power, you can give life or you can kill people. And unfortunately, in this case, ISIS, it went all the way left. And instead of being a real leader, a team, like, you know what? I don't think I'm fully to blame, but right now she's in crisis. Whether you feel like it was you or not, now we have a young woman who's 29 years old with 5 kids, and 2 of her babies got touched. And you're like, well, she dumb. Well, she's stupid. Well, that ain't really my problem. Don't even show like any empathy for the kids. Like, you know what? I've heard this. It's really sad. It's sad what's happening. You know, I will reach out to her and make sure she's okay. You can even do a GoFundMe. Like, hey, you guys, let's support her. Let's make sure she's okay. She doesn't even have the heart of a human being. They even have the heart of a mother. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, whoa. Even me, I thought ISIS was stupid. You understand? But when she's like, oh, she's a product of grave. Then her daughters got to be like, okay, okay, sure. Okay, sure. Okay, it's fine. She's going through a lot. Even Priscilla was like, and Priscilla's evil. Even Priscilla had empathy for her. Like, you know what? She's like, she talks too slow. She was like, oh, y'all need to stop. She's going through something. She's processing as she's making the video. Y'all got to chill. But it's like she's not even watching our content, and we have mercy on this young lady, 29 years old. That's a Black woman right there. She's 29 with 5 kids. Before she met you, she only had 2 babies. Now she met you, she got 3 more babies and all these problems. And the best thing you can do is call her all kinds of dumb, all kinds of stupid. Well, that ain't me. It don't matter, girl. The girl's in crisis. You can at least say, I'm praying for her and her children. I hope everything gets sorted out. And I will reach out to her to see, like, what video was it of mine that made you feel as though it was okay to do X, Y, and Z. So that way, once you hear from her, you then know how to fix your message so it does not happen again. You might not have meant, you probably did not mean for this to happen, but it did happen. So you got to check back with her. But then again, that's leadership and that's taking accountability, which a lot of women don't want to do. But you got to take accountability. When you have a community and something happens to somebody in the community, whether you feel like you're fully responsible, it is your community. And the way you reacted to that young lady is going to make other people look at you sideways. Like, why are you so callous? Why are you so mean like this? Not even show any kind of empathy. Like, are you not a mother? Like, what is going on? You heard her. The first one is 4 years old. The other one is 2 years old. You don't even say, oh, you know what? I am so sad. This is so horrible. And I hope he gets, I hope he gets locked up. I hope he gets arrested. This is ridiculous. No empathy, no encouragement, nothing. Just name calling. Well, that ain't me. She's insane. She's evil. So that's not how you treat people. That's not how you treat people. But like I said, to me, honestly, Shera, she's miserable. I said it to her. I said she's a loser, and also she's miserable. And that's why she makes this content, because she wants to ruin people's lives. She's a miserable human being. And the purpose of this content, although it might seem empowering, it's about ruining young ladies. She's trying to ruin young people because you can't give to people what you don't have. If this lady had a heart of really, oh, I'm here to really support, I'm here to encourage. When you hear that a 4-year-old was great, a 2-year-old was great, that's your reaction. You're sick as hell. She is sick as hell. And that's why somebody earlier asked, would Shera have left her husband if that was the case? Most likely not, because she's sick as hell. And that's why we think she's a sociopath. This is not a normal reaction. No.
Do you listen to somebody for 5 years?
Yes.
And this become a revelation to you? Like, oh my God, I didn't know. Oh my God, I didn't know. Because Shera's not teaching you about men. This is the reason why I say her message is dangerous.
It's dangerous.
And this is why I don't make videos about Shera.
Mm-hmm.
If you ask me, that's what I'm going to tell you. It's a dangerous message. Because they only think about dusties, narcissists, and a generous man willing to trick on you. Right?
Brazil crazy.
So now, let's go here.
Please, welcome back to my channel, or welcome if you're new here.
You saw the video.
If you hear any noise in the background, that's the new baby.
She has a new baby and she's going through all of this. This is sad. This is sad. This is somebody from your community. And you gonna nah, she is cruel. And it's sad because you see, and that's what you see, like the advice she gives at first is cute because you feel, oh, she's telling us how to get back with these men. But you see, she feels the same way about her followers. If anybody who follows her, if something bad happens, she gonna have the same reaction. Call them dumb, call them stupid. She gonna weaponize her community to come cuss you out, call you all kinds of dumb, saying, well, she's not to be blamed for that. She ain't to be blamed for that. Shut up. Know nothing about leadership. You see, that's how it goes. People say, oh, we want men who treat us right. But look how these women treat each other. Okay, that's the community. That's what y'all want to be part of. Y'all crazy. Y'all really crazy. This young lady is 29 years old with 5 kids. She just had a baby. She's going through postpartum. She's going to have to go talk to the judge about her husband. He's going to get locked up. She'll have to spend years in therapy with her daughters. And then look at Shera's reaction to that. That's inhumane. It is inhumane. A 4-year-old was touched. A 2-year-old was touched. And your best answer is, oh, she's dumb, or she's this, or she's stupid. Can't really help you if you're stupid. Oh, you have low IQ. You have a low IQ. Girl, bye. You are insane. Shera, she has a high IQ. Like it gave Mensa, it gave Princeton, it gave Harvard. It never did. It never did. Did they give Yale? No, it gave jail. Like, girl, bye. Like, you are insane. It's inhumane. And it's really inhumane. Like, this is sad. This is sad. And the majority of people who are even doing videos right now, I haven't seen a lot of people make fun of her because everybody is heartbroken because it's a lot. 29, 5 kids, newborn, postpartum. A 2-year-old was touched. A 4-year-old was touched. Police report. The grape kit. The this, the that. It's like, oh my gosh, this is a lot. This is a lot. And this is your response? This is your response to this? Like, it's inhumane. You can be like, you know what? I don't think I'm fully to blame, but we'll talk about that later. For the moment, let's make sure these daughters have everything they need. So maybe even give her a donation. Like, say, hey, I'm going to reach out to her, make sure she's okay. Make sure she's good. Like, the kids are good. Are you good? Are you somewhere where you're safe? You know what I'm saying? And then maybe like when she feels better, like somewhere around December, like next year, we can have a whole conversation. But okay, what really went wrong? Like, which video? Because I want to know, which video did you watch? I was like, yes. What did I say? Because then I can go back and okay, let me clarify what I meant. Because like I said, you have sins of omission, you have sins of commission. It could have been that you didn't mean no harm, but that in one video you probably said something, and that's how she received it. And so when you are a leader, you got to take ownership. When you run a brand, like when things happen, when you're a business owner, when you have a brand, you have to take ownership. You don't get to deflect. There's no deflection. You gotta take ownership. Because I'm like, to me, like that really, yeah. To me, like that really is a lot. That's not you mean. Also, me, I just had a baby. I'm tired too, but I'm not going through all this, right? My baby's 5 years old, 5 months old. But it's like to go through all this. That's why I say, like, to me, thank God, just in a weird way, like, thank God her video went viral. So at least she can have something to take herself and her baby. Now, I hope that she makes even more money. So hopefully she's wise with the money. ISIS, please do not embarrass us. But I hope if she makes a lot of money, either you get you an apartment, get you a place to stay with your babies, pay the entire year in full. Don't worry about it. And then start making more content. If you make way more, use that and just make a deposit, like put a down payment on the house and get you and your babies a house. Like, at least turn this into something that can provide for your family. So you no longer have to depend on any man. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Well, I mean, she could sue her if she wanted to, but either way, you got to take ownership because she's not the only one. She's the only one brave enough, or I guess silly enough, to sit here and be like, okay, because maybe she didn't even think it's going to go viral, but it went viral because look at God. But, you know, like I said, the money she makes, hopefully she makes some sound financial decisions and use that money to take care of you and your kids, right? If I was her, I would make more videos and ride the wave and make way more money so that I can take care of my kids. And then you no longer have to be dependent on any man. It's sad it had to happen like this, but, you know, you can still make something good out of this, right? And even give therapy to your daughters. You can have the money to pay for that. So just make sound financial decisions, right? Like, but you're going to have to work. You have to make the content. But I have to make the content, and you have to get your children a home. And no more men like that. No more men for like a good old time. No more men. Focus on you and your kids. and some real healing with real professionals, like actually licensed professional, people who went to school, people who are actually accountable to a board where if something bad happens, we could call and snitch, they could lose their license, right? Because a lot of people on the social media are not qualified to give people advice. And they just do it. And because they're friendly or because they're funny, people hearken to that. But these are not professionals. And what they're telling you to do can really have you in a serious state of despair. You have to be very careful. You gotta be very careful. Because everything is not about the moment. You got to look at things like long term. At first, it's fun. It's cute. Oh, look at me. I'm getting a bag off this man. But long term, is this even who you want to be? Right? Is this who you want to be? Everything you do in this life, do things with integrity. If it requires you betraying your morals or your standards or going against everything the way you were raised as a child, especially as a child of God, don't do it. It is not worth it. You don't have to lie to get things that you want. You don't have to be dishonest, mischievous, or scamming or scheming to get what you want. You're not a demon. I mean, I would hope so, right? But if you're not a child of darkness, if you're not the child of Satan, don't use the ways of the devil to get things that you want. You know what I mean? Take stock in always getting things the right way. Do that, because then that's your karma. If you do things the right way, you can sleep sound at night. You can go outside, like you can just live a life and know that there's nobody out there looking for your ass. You understand? You go about things in a shady way, you will never have peace. You will never have peace because you have to do some scheming to get it. And that's not the way you want to live. You understand? Be proud of what you have. Be proud of things that you get. Get things the right way. Like have integrity about the way you go about getting things. Because be very careful. Because God sees everything. God sees everything. And no one escapes divine justice. I don't care how long it takes. There is a God and we have to fear him. Never look at people as a means to an end. Even if they're awful, even if they're trifling, leave them with the Lord. Leave them with the Lord. Revenge belongs to God. It is not for you to seek revenge after people. Because by doing so, bad things will happen to you also. Leave things to God. People don't treat you right. Cool. Let them be. Right? Don't be bitter about it. Never let anything make you bitter. Some of the best lessons you'll learn in life come from the people who treat you the worst. Right? You learn from awful people. So consider that a blessing. Find the mental resilience to not let things get to you. And find the mental resilience to not seek revenge out of people. You understand? If you dated somebody and you were with someone and he made you feel less than because this, and that, it's on him. Right? See yourself as a child of God. You are never less than. But if you engage in foolishness, indeed, you will diminish your self-worth. Right? And the more we sin and the more we do foolishness and we depart from God, we start feeling all kinds of guilt, all kinds of low self-esteem. We start feeling all kinds of dirty. You know what I'm saying? Like it really is dirty. If you sleep with a man just for money, at first you think you can lie to yourself, but eventually you will start to feel dirty. Then you can choose to take alcohol, drugs, you name it. But you have a soul, you have a conscience. There is a sliver of God in you. So honor the God that is in you and stay away from evil. Stay away from evil. If you want something, ask God for what you want. Work hard. Act accordingly. You will get what you desire. If it's good for you, if it's healthy for you, right? But trust the plans of God for your life. God made you. He knows what you need. Why are you leaning on Shera to get what you need through this foolishness? This is nothing but witchcraft. I'm like, what kind of sorcery is this? What kind of sorcery is this? God is here. God has the plan for your life. God has the blueprint for your life. Instead of going to God to get what you need and to get the instruction that you might get what you need and have more life and life abundantly, you decide to go to Shera. Right? She's a human being, a flawed human being with lots of emotional trauma. She needs a therapist. Okay? What can she do for you? What can she do for you? And you think, even if you listen to her and you say, okay, I'm going to go do what she does, God can also have other plans. And your plans can fail. Your plans can fail. Because there is a higher being. There really is a higher being. And God sees everything. God sees that you're always being watched by the Spirit of God. No, I'm serious. God sees everything. Fear God. Truly fear God. I think a lot of people who watch your content truly do not, either you don't know God or you don't fear God. And that's really sad, because that means that something in your soul is dead. Because why do you not fear God? Right? Why do you not fear God? Why do you think you have to engage in these practices to get the life that you want to get? You understand? And also, I think it shows that you don't have faith. You lack faith. You lack faith. And that's why we got to stop doing things according to our own wisdom and understanding. And we really have to seek the ways of the Lord. God knows what you need. Go talk to him. Get to know him for real. And he will give you the desires of your heart, not Shera. You're just going to keep getting hurt and getting hurt and getting hurt. Because you're not smarter than anybody over here. Nobody is. Nobody is. There's always a God. You say, oh, I'm going to go scam this man. God has another plan. And you might get arrested. Because if you don't listen, you won't get arrested in this. Somebody can accuse you of fraud. And next thing you know, you're locked up, running behind somebody, using somebody's credit card. Because you think that's what you have to do to get money out of a man. What is this? You're not an extortionist. This is extortion. Believe in yourself. Believe in yourself. There is so much abundance all around us. There is so much abundance. Like there's money to be made. There are people to meet. There is abundance. Have an abundant mindset. If you truly believe in abundance, you don't have to resort to tricks, scamming. This is beneath you. It is so beneath you. You can have way more. A lot of y'all, if you were to even just start a YouTube channel, if you were to start being content creators, you have no idea the kind of things you could do for yourself. You wouldn't even need a man. In the process of doing for yourself, there you'll meet the person that you're looking for. You gotta get active in the right way. Be a builder. Be a doer. Don't be a scammer. There's no need for that. We saw Carisha out here. She thought it was cute. Chasing behind Diddy for bags, for cars, getting peed on, all that goofy stuff, right? But you see, Diddy went down, Carisha went down. Because God sees all of this. And to all kinds of foolishness, there is a ticking time. There's a ticking timer. There's always a timer to foolishness. You'll have fun for a season, but you'll weep for a lifetime. Carisha had 2-3 years with Diddy. Now she's about to cry forever because she will be dragged in this foolishness. Her career is destroyed. She's attached to him. Was it really worth it? Had she focused on her career, becoming a better rapper, doing her podcast, and doing for herself, she would not be in this predicament. Now she's attached to this foolishness. She can't even come outside. Because, oh, you want the freak off. Like she's attached to those little nasty freak offs. She's attached to it. Her tweets, all the stuff she wrote. For what? For bags? For shoes? Like you sell, like you're selling your entire destiny for these goofy ass trinkets. Life is way more than bags and shoes. Life is way more than trips and money. There's more to life. Like actually prioritizing having long-lasting, honest relationships with people. You can be surrounded by a bunch of fancy things and everybody around you is fake as hell. You can have a bunch of bags, bunch of shoes, bunch of everything. And you're surrounded by people who don't even love you. Can you imagine how lonely that must be? Everything is so luxurious that no one loves you. Everybody around you is fake, waiting for your downfall. You understand, right? There is no price for honest, real friendships, for honest and real relationships where people actually see you for who you are and they love you for who you are. And it's sad that with social media, people have been sold this notion of you have to pretend to be loved. You have to hide behind wigs, makeup, this, and that for people to love you. It is so sad, right? But there's nothing more beautiful than when people love you for who you are. They actually see you. They see you and they know you and they know what you need and they give that to you. You know what I mean? They don't deny you of their love because they truly love you. Find people who really, truly love you. Find people like that. Don't find these fair weather friends. Like when you have money, they're your friend. When you don't have it, they turn their backs on you. It's really hurtful. Like, wow, you understand? Because all I'm good for, if I have friends. If I don't have, I have nobody. That is not what you want for your life. You understand? And if you surround yourself with quote unquote girlfriends or a sisterhood where you are required to have a certain lifestyle for these people to be your friend, they're not your friend. Say bye-bye. I can't afford y'all, right? You want to be around people who love you for who you are and who see you for who you are And no matter what, if you were sick tomorrow, they'd be there for you. If you throw up on yourself, they will clean you. If you were to be super sick, they'll come and be by your side and take care of you. Real human relationships where people see each other for who they truly are, right? Imperfect beings. But this obsession with like money. It's not, there's a bunch of fake ass people. And I'm gonna tell you this, right? Sometimes the more money you have, the more you attract foolish, fake as fuck type of people. They're fake. They are fake. They are super fake. They are super fake. That's why when you see lots of rich people too, especially like basketball players, like people like Nouveau Riche, right? Many times they stick with their friends from high school. They stick with their friends from middle school because it's so hard to find quality people. It is so hard to find people who really love you for who you are and who see you for who you are. And even when you mess up, they're not going to go expose you to the world. Sometimes you're friends with these people. You're friends with these new girls because the money girls, the whatever girls, right? As soon as you mess up, they pull their phones. They record you. And one day they'll use that as blackmail. You know what I'm saying? You have friends that you meet. Oh, let's go trick on this man together. And she keeping receipts on you. One day when you actually do find your husband, she could use that against you and be like, oh, do you know who you want to marry? Look at this picture. Look at that picture. Look at this video. Be very careful who you call a friend. Be very careful. But these fair weather friends, these success friends, these aesthetic friends, they're going to freaking ruin you. They will ruin you and they're going to be the end of you. Be very careful. There is a situation that happened recently. This guy invited all his friends to his birthday party, you guys. They poisoned him at his birthday party. Because people who only friends with you when you're successful, because you're successful, or because they stand to gain something from you, these are the most dangerous people because they don't love you. They love themselves. And because they love themselves, they see, okay, I stand to gain something from her. I can gain something from her. So they hang out with you because they stand to gain something. And sometimes when your success is just way too great, they'll have the desire to kill you. A lot of people, if you allow these people to get next to you and to see how you succeed, they will eventually nurture the desire to kill you. Some financially, emotionally, with your reputation, some will actually do it for real. They will kill you. So be very careful. I'm not against money. I think money is a great thing. I think money is a great resource, right? But I'm strongly against the obsession with money because it shows a scarcity mindset, right? Do not have a scarcity mindset. Everything you need to be successful is already in you. You understand? When you're a young lady like this, you have no idea the talents, the gifts, the things God has put in you. You're going to go sleep with this old man. What if he's a spiritual vampire? What if he takes something from you? What if he takes your light? What if he takes your fertility? You're going to go sleep with this man, and then later in life, you find your husband, you can't get pregnant because that demon took something from you. That gargoyle, okay? You don't know these people. We have people who do rituals. We have people who do all kinds of stuff. We don't know who people are. You have men who have STDs. We don't know. You think he wore a condom, but he took the condom off. You have no idea. You have to be extremely protective of your light. Be extremely protective of your gifts. Be extremely protective of your anointing. What makes me sad when I see so many young girls tap into Shera and her foolishness because you're short-sighted. You know, maybe right now you can't afford this, you can't afford that, so you think you will never be able to afford anything. You have no idea who you are. Some of y'all probably be like the next, New York Times bestseller in about 10 years. Some of you guys, you might even be like, you might become movie directors. You have no idea. You're looking at your current situation and you think that God has forsaken you. That's why you want to do this foolishness. Because you have convinced yourself and you've allowed goofy people and the way goofy people have treated you, and you have convinced yourself that God has forsaken you. So because you think you're forsaken, now you want to start doing all kinds of weird tricks. You're not forsaken. You're going through a season. Because we all have to go through a desert. It's biblical. Everybody goes through a desert. Everybody does. So don't try to use tricks to get out of the desert. Get comfortable in the desert. Show God that you are comfortable in your desert. You are comfortable in your season of waiting. You have no idea who you are. I showed you Quinta Brunson. Quinta used to be broke. Quinta used to be so broke. She used to be so broke. I'm like, girl, this is crazy. Okay? Quinta used to be broke. She used to be so broke. And thank God she never leaned into Shera's goofy ass teaching. Thank God she never leaned into it. Because all this creative stuff, creative writing, Abbott Elementary, all that stuff, it was in her. It was in her. Imagine if she had slept with a sugar daddy. She'd probably getting blackmailed right now. Imagine if she had opened her OnlyFans because she was desperate. Imagine if she had done all kinds of stuff because she was so desperate. She was always going to be great. Believe that you're going to be someone great. You're going to do great things with your life. Everybody goes through a season of like, they call some people, if you from the church, they call the wilderness. You know what I'm saying? They call the wilderness. Sometimes it's called the desert. But you go through a season in life where you feel like God doesn't hear me. God has abandoned me. God just hates me. It's normal. Even me, it's happened to me. You know, but it's just the devil messing with your mind. You know what I'm saying? And you have the choice. You decide how you see things. Everything's about perspective. That's why I say, like, for me, I'm not going to call ISIS cursed. I'm not going to speak that over her. Like, I don't believe it's a curse. I'm like, people just make poor decisions because people don't want to be self-aware. You got to be self-aware, right? Yo, my mama fell in this trap about that age. I got to be very careful. Her mom also, like, you know what? When I was 17, that's when it went left. So you got to be vigilant. But people are just, oh, well, you know, I said a prayer. Saying the prayer is not enough. You pray and you stay vigilant. The book of Nehemiah, right? But my point is, right? You have greatness inside of you. And don't you ever, ever, ever in your life behave like Esau, where you think you gotta trade your birthright for a bowl of soup or for a bag. Man, F that. F a bag. One day you'll have many bags. You might even have the ability to buy so many bags. You're like, you know what? I don't want to do it. I wanted to get to a place where I could buy as many bags as I want to. But now that I'm here, you know what I mean? I don't even want those bags no more. I want something else. I want real estate. You understand, right? You understand? You might be in a situation where you feel like, oh, like I'll tell you this. I'll share my personal story, right? I'm tell you something, right? When I was younger, like when I was like, I want to say middle school, but like mostly like high school and stuff like that, I never had a Valentine. Never, ever, ever. Oh, what the heck? What is wrong with me? Like, why is it I don't have a Valentine? Am I ugly? Whatever. You know, I never, ever, ever, ever had a Valentine. You understand me? And then you fast forward in my life, my wedding date, like the day I got married, was on Valentine's Day. You understand? And when that happened, I was like that because my husband picked our wedding date, right? Jimmy picked the wedding date. But I was like, wow, I see why I never had a Valentine. Because that day was supposed to be a symbolic day for me. In my life, it was a special date for me. But I never, like, you know, you forced, I gotta have a Valentine. Gotta have a Valentine. You know what I mean? Like when you're young, like you want a Valentine too. God's like, no, not today, not today. And I even had a boyfriend too, but it was like around that time, we always broke up. It's just so weird. But I never had a Valentine, right? Until I got married. We got married on Valentine's Day. You understand? So I guess as long as we stay married, I will always have a Valentine. You understand, right? But when you're a kid, you're dumb as you're so freaking stupid. Okay? You lack perspective. You know what I mean? And a lot of you young girls, like, you're very young. You're very young. Trust me, I'm your big sis. I've been outside. And many of you guys, you just lack perspective. But I just want to tell you, you have no idea what God is going to do with your life. Please don't do something you're going to regret. You understand? Don't sleep with a man and you're going to regret it for your entire life because you have no idea. And I also feel like when the devil knows that you're going to be something so great, he intentionally removes everything from you because he wants you to be so desperate. When you start to feel desperate, that's when you know you're special. Think about it. It'll make a whole lot of sense. Think about it. When you start to feel really, really desperate, because you have an amazing destiny. So he has to strip you of everything. Like, he'll just take everything. You'll be like, oh my gosh, what have I done? Did I kill Jesus? Like, this is getting personal. This is extremely personal. Like, what the hell? He'll come for everything. You said, Jesus, what have I done? You know what I'm saying? Like, you really be like, oh my gosh, what have I done? Like, am I cursed? You know what I'm saying? I used to think the same one. Oh, I must be cursed. I have to be cursed. Like one time I even drove to Atlanta. You guys, it was so funny. I drove from New Orleans to Atlanta. Y'all thought I was cursed. I was like, I'm cursed. There's no way. I have to be cursed. I have to be cursed. You guys, I drove to Atlanta. Jimmy thought I was crazy. I was like, no, there's a curse. There has to be a curse. Because how do you explain this? How do you explain this? There has to be a curse, y'all. They prayed on me. They pushed my forehead. They dragged me on the floor. I'm like, child, what am I doing? What am I doing? Then people, they tortured me. Because if you believe that you're cursed, you start to really think you're cursed. No, you're not cursed. It's a normal season when you are called to do greater things. Sometimes it can last 6 months. Sometimes it can last a year. Sometimes it can even last 2 years, right? It's up to you. It's about your mindset, right? But the more you start to feel like you're being, God has forsaken you. I'm telling you, you're not forsaken. The devil does that. This is what he does because he has to give you the illusion of abandonment. You are not abandoned. You understand? You're not abandoned. God is with you. Your life is going to be great for you. You're going to have a life that you're so proud of, very, very proud of. You understand? Don't do it. Don't do it. And it's just like Jesus. Like Jesus was fasting the whole time. The devil never came. He waited until the last day of the fast. You wait for somebody like he has not eaten in like what 40 days. You wait for the 40th day because the devil plays dirty. You understand? The devil plays extremely dirty. Why don't you come at the first day of the fast? Because you're still strong, right? Or even in the middle of the fast. You're kind of like strong still. You know what I'm saying? But he waits until the last day of the fast when like you're extremely weak. Then he comes with temptation because you're weak. You understand, right? Like, and it's a normal thing. When you feel abandoned, you don't feel good enough. You don't feel pretty enough. You don't feel like, okay, but why are these things happening for me? But I will say people also be lying on social media. So be very careful. Okay. But just because it hasn't happened now does not mean it will never happen. You understand? You don't have to trick your way into getting the things that you want. Believe in yourself. Think enough of yourself. And the beautiful thing about having a beautiful soul is understanding that there's so much beauty in patience. Learn to be patient. Learn to be patient. You understand? Sometimes you want things, you'll see everybody, it feels like, oh, are they all getting married but me? Learn to be patient. Learn to be patient. Everybody's timing is different, right? Like even in the wilderness, even us, like, but all these mammals, a woman, she's pregnant for 9 months. An elephant is 2 years. Some others is like 3 months, whatever. We're all different. But everybody carries a seed. Everybody's going to give birth to their baby. You understand? Don't trick yourself. They're going to abort your baby. Don't do it. Do not trick yourself. Everybody's time of gestation is different. You understand? But good things are going to come your way. Good things. But you have to learn to be patient. Be patient. You understand? In good doing, be patient. God's going to bless you in ways that you can't even, like, oh my gosh, I know I wanted this, but this is just way too much. You're going to say, God, this is too much. I didn't believe it was possible. There you go. Because you had a limiting set of belief. Stop operating out of a limiting set of belief, right? And truly believe that I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. You don't have to cheat. You don't have to lie. You don't have to force this man to give you money. Let him keep his money. You will find somebody else who will give without even you asking. You will wake up in the morning. He'll have text messages waiting for you. You understand? You won't even have to. God knows what you want. God knows what you want. If anything, I would say, pray for him to come quicker. Like whatever he's up to, pray for him to come. You don't have to do all this. I'm like, what this girl preaches is unbiblical. It's not Christian. And also it's giving loser. I'm telling y'all this. The way I see God, I truly, truly believe that there is nothing, absolutely nothing that is impossible to God. You understand? If it hasn't happened yet, maybe I still have to wait, or I got to change my mindset. But nothing is impossible to God. And I have seen things with my own eyes. Nothing is impossible to God. So don't get mad. Don't get upset. Don't get frustrated. Go talk to him. Oh, Father God, what do I need to change? Or is it get in the habit of talking to him. Talk more to God than you're talking to Shera. She can't help you with nothing. She can't even help herself. Okay? Take charge of your spiritual life. Take charge of your relationship with God, right? talk to him. He will give you ease. When you start to feel anxiety about age, this, and that, talk to him. He will give you ease. God will give you ease. You will have the peace that surpasses all understanding. But most importantly, you have to learn to be patient. Even if you feel like, Marlene, I've been way too patient. Well, be patient some more. Right? Elizabeth had to wait until she was like almost like 70 something before she got pregnant with John the Baptist. Sarah had to wait until she was like almost 100 before she got pregnant with what's that boy's name? What's the boy's name? Isaac. And you see, she got impatient. So she's like, let's do it our own way. She told her husband, go sleep with Agar, the maid. And you see, it brought confusion. You got Ishmael, now you have Isaac. When people are impatient, they want to do things in their own way. God said he gonna do it. We shall wait for the Lord. And in the meantime, we shall encourage ourselves in the Lord, because all things, all good things come to those who wait for God. You don't need, right? You don't need to do it yourself. You don't have to do it by yourself. You understand? Your worth, it comes from God. God is the wealthiest. God is the wealthiest. God owns everything. Your worth, hold on. Your worth, it comes from God. You understand, right? If you've been raped, if you've been assaulted, if you have been a teenage mom, you are currently a single mom, you are currently unemployed, whatever your station may be in life, to God, you are everything. And if God is the wealthiest, you already have the wealthiest man in the universe pursuing you. Don't let anything give you anxiety. There's no reason for you to have anxiety. You understand? Things in life, we make mistakes or other things happen, like something like her, you can't control how you were conceived, right? Or like you make your own mistakes, right? And those things can make you feel like you've lost your value and you've lost this. Yeah, but that's only for a season. After that, you also got to like forge your mindset and start doing things and start, moving in a way that's going to build back your self-esteem. You understand? As long as you don't repeat your mistakes, as days go by, weeks go by, months go by, years go by, you will be so far removed from the girl you used to be, right? From the mistakes that you used to make, right? Reinvent yourself. Everybody can reinvent themselves, right? Stop living in the past. Turn the page. Stop talking about the past, right? Reinvent yourself and decide who you're going to be, right? Decide who you're going to be. Reinvent yourself. Forgive the young lady who made all these mistakes. Like, you got to forgive her. You really have to forgive her. Forgive her. Forgive yourself. Let it go. And let that young woman who made those mistakes also release her. Like, let her go. And you also got to give yourself permission to reinvent yourself. Reinvent yourself. You have the power to reinvent yourself, whether it's like through fitness, whether it's through books, podcasts, exercise, going back to school, saving your money. I don't know, becoming a YouTuber, creating content. You have the power to reinvent yourself, right? So that's what I'm like, focus on that, reinvent yourself. And it will take work most likely, right? But it's good work. It is good work. It's not tricking. No, it's good work. Right? Do the good work and like Angela, right? That's my China, right? Reinvent yourself. Give yourself permission to reinvent yourself. Just like Eve. Eve, once upon a time, Eve was in a strip club. Eve was out here acting crazy. Okay? Right? But today, Eve has also reinvented herself. You got to give yourself permission to reinvent yourself. Let bygones be bygones. Learn to reinvent yourself. Forgive yourself. Move on. Let it go. And this goofy ass rat race of hypergamy, whatever that thing is called, this weird stuff, child, leave that crap for social media. It's silliness. Live your life completely differently. Another thing I'm gonna say before I go, right? This life, I've also noticed, like, sometimes life, I've noticed, like, the less you think about something, the more likely you are to get it. When you obsess about something, it's like it takes forever. Like, think back to like high school, right? When it's like 5 minutes before the bell rings for school to be done for the day. It feels like those last 5 minutes, it's like an whole hour, right? Because you keep looking at the clock. So the more you look at the clock, the more it feels like it's just taking forever and ever and ever because you are obsessing. right? Do not obsess. The bell, it rings every single day, right? It will ring. When the time is right, it's going to ring. Don't worry about it, right? If you obsess about having a rich man, you're not going to get it because you're obsessing. You got to trust the process. You understand, right? Let it go. Live your best life. And sometimes by living your best life and being the best person you can be, that's how it actually finds you. I was even thinking about it. It's like nail clippers. Have you ever looked for nail clippers? You can't find them. But where are my nail clippers? Where are my scissors? Like, what the heck? It was right here. You can't find it. And the day you're not thinking about it, you see all your nail clippers, like all 5 of them, right? Your scissors. You saw the scissors right there. Now you're looking, you can't find it. When you're not thinking about it, they just show up. Your car keys. You're like, where are my car keys? Where are my car keys? You see, because the more you stress, it's like your brain, it can't think properly. The keys could actually be right in front of you, but you're so stressed out, you can't even see it. Because when we're stressed, we don't make the best decisions, right? But when you relax and when you relax and chill, you have better perspective. Like, why am I even tripping? If my car is outside, the key has to be in here somewhere. There you go, right? So take the pressure off yourself, right? That the social media stuff and the rich stuff, the child is goofy stuff. Don't put that pressure on your shoulder. It's not yours to carry. You understand? But I've noticed that too. It's like life. The less you think about a thing, like, I mean, of course you want it, right? But don't obsess. It will find you. You know what I mean? It will find you. Like, but when you're obsessed, like every day you're checking, when is he going to come? When is he going to come? That's when it's like, it takes forever. It's going to drag because you're impatient. You say what you want. You trust in what you want. Live your life. It will find you. You understand what I'm saying? It will find you. And that's what it means to have faith, right? We'll say faith is what? The substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things unseen, right? Have faith. It is coming to me. When you're by yourself or you're doing whatever, and the devil like says, "Oh, you see, you're old, you're by yourself." Like, "Oh no, I'm not by myself. God is with me, and in the spirit, my husband is coming. I'm okay." You're crazy. You don't see him. I see him. You just don't. But then again, it's for me to see and for you not to see. Right? It's for me to believe and for you to doubt. I'm okay and I'm good. Don't let anything get to you. Perspective is everything. Perspective is everything. Do not stress yourself out. The more you obsess on a thing, the less likely you are to get it. The more you want money, the more likely you're not going to have any money. Okay? The more you fear being broke, what's going to happen is you're going to have so much paralysis because you're so scared of being broke. You're going to start going broke because you're too afraid to invest. You're too afraid to try new things, right? You're too afraid of failure. So therefore, you make no move. And because you don't make no move, eventually you run out of money. You run out of money. Right? So no, fear nothing. Okay? Forgive yourself, reinvent yourself, have faith, trust, live your life, be a good person. Be a good person. Right? Show God, I got what it takes to be a great wife. You can trust me. You're gonna be good. We're not gonna get divorced. I'm not gonna screw. I'm gonna be good. Okay? You're gonna be okay. You understand? If you can't pay for your studies, like, I'm sure there's somebody who can help you, right? Even if you have to take a semester off and work and save your money, it's okay. Because everything you have to work for, you're more likely to take it seriously, right? And then when you come back, the fact that you had to take time off to work, it'll make you care about your school even more. Like, look, hold on, you guys. You know, one of my favorite persons ever, one of my favorite icons is FloJo. FloJo was really broke. Like, she grew up in Compton. She's a child, like 9 kids. Her mom had 9 kids, whatever. When she went to college, eventually, like, they got up to a point like she ran out of money. Because she was doing track, but she couldn't afford to pay. So she had to drop out of school. She started working at a bank, started doing hair. I mean, all kinds of stuff. Like, if you hear the story of FloJo, maybe I can find it for you. She never gave up. And after all these obstacles, she found a way to get the money. She went back to the school. And then the coach that she had, that's the coach that got her the gold medal at the Olympics. You understand? I will find it for you. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it for you. She dropped out of school. Hold on. I would look it up. I would look it up. Maybe one day I'll do a video on her, right? But she gave up on the line, you know? But so just because you have setbacks like that and you might feel a way about that, it's okay. It happened to her. And she came back better and stronger. And then she won the gold. Yes, boo. She won the gold medal. Yeah, I have to find the documentary. I'll find it for you guys, right? She dropped out of school because she couldn't afford to pay it. She was a bank teller. She did hair at home. She also did nails, if I'm not mistaken, because she was trying to make all the money she could make. Then she made enough money, and then she went back to school. She had the trainer man, and then like he trained her. I think that's how she also met her husband. You know, and she just got stronger. No, and one thing I love about FloJo, like, though everything she went through as a child, like, it doesn't even show. I'm like, that's why she was an Olympian, because she has like mental resilience. She was incredibly strong. You understand, right? But it's like, so if you have to take a semester off and you have to work and do all this, don't feel bad for yourself, right? It's okay. You're like, oh, Marlene, I wish I would have graduated like this May, whatever, but it's okay. You can graduate in December or even next May. The graduation date is not what matters. It's what you make out of your life, what you make out of your degree. There are people who are going to graduate before you and they're going to make much of themselves, right? But every setback God does, maybe he's trying to work on your humility. He wants to make you humble because you probably are going to be somebody really great. You know, so sometimes if you're going to be really, really great in this life and be extremely successful, God has to humble you. So when he does what he's supposed to do, it's not going to get to your head. Because then you know, hey, you know what? I can always go back to where I came from. So I think like that could be the thing. So if you look at it that way, you're not going to have anxiety about it, right? But if you have challenges in life, because you're meant to do great things, and that's what the devil won't let up. But also you shouldn't let up. The devil goes higher, you go higher. You increase your faith. The devil attacks your mind, you increase your faith even more. You don't let up. You just don't let up. But you're going to win. That's what Jesus said. When the devil comes, you have to resist him and he will flee from you. You must resist. And it comes right here in your head. Okay? The warfare, everything is happening in your head. You have to believe it. I'm going to be victorious. Right? So you guys, I have to go down because it's 1:30 in the morning. But I hope you enjoyed this live. For everybody that's new here, nice to meet y'all. Y'all crazy. But it was nice knowing y'all. Right? Thank you for all the super chats. Thank you so much, right? And I hope that we all learn from this. Now, Isis, we pray for you. It really is a lot. But let's pray for her. Let's encourage her and really wish her the best because, you know, I get it. She wanted to feel love and she wanted to feel special, you know? But I hope like this right here, it really leads her to God. Trust God. Everything, you got to put God in everything. Put God in everything, right? So, and I really commend her for coming back and telling us what happened because she could have kept that to herself because it's a lot. It takes a lot of courage. I don't even know if I could have done it. So she definitely gangster for that. But thank you guys so much. Maybe tomorrow I'll do another live tomorrow, God willing. But thank you so much. I'll bid you good night. And I'll see you in the morning in a few hours, hopefully. Okay? Maverick, say bye, everybody. We love y'all. Okay? Bye, my loves. Thank you so much. I got to go to bed. I'm getting tired. Okay? We'll be back tomorrow. Love you. She got to go. Ooh, I'm tired. I'm exhausted. But I'll be back tomorrow. Oh, it's 8 p.m. Oh.